Hey there! I'm super excited to get into this exclusive Flip Normals tutorial, but before we can go ahead and do that, I want to show you a couple add-ons that we're going to be using throughout this series, at least while we're within Blender. Now you can go ahead and breathe a sigh of relief as all three of these add-ons are going to be completely free. So you're not going to have to spend any extra money unless obviously you want to. And so the first one is going to be Text Tools. And this is going to be the only one that's external to Blender. So I'm going to provide you the link in a text file within the project resources that you can download for this course. However, once you go ahead and click on that link, it's going to take you to this GitHub page. And all you're going to have to do is come over to where it says code with the green button here, and we can go ahead and download the zip file. So go ahead, download that zip file, and in a minute here, I'll show you how we can install that within Blender. So now let's go ahead and actually start enabling some of these add-ons. So I'm going to come up to Edit and Preferences, and we'll bring this dialog box out. So I want to come down to where it says Add-ons, and this is going to be all of the hundreds of add-ons that Blender has by default, as well as any other ones that I've gone ahead and installed on my own. So let's look at the ones that are in Blender by default. So I'm going to search for F2, and that's going to give me this Mesh F2 add-on, which I can go ahead and check on. Yours is probably going to be off by default. And this is going to extend the Make Edge, Make Face functionality while in edit mode, so that I can simply go ahead and just hit F to start making faces or closing faces. And if you want to learn more about what this add-on does, go ahead and look at the documentation right here. But as we get going along with the modeling, it's going to be a pretty easy add-on to really understand how to work with. And the next add-on that I want to take a look at that's default in Blender is going to be Loop Tools. I'm going to type in Loop Tools, all one word here. And you can see that again, this is going to be Mesh Loop Tools, and it's going to be within the modeling or editing context of Blender. And we're going to look at a more specific functionality of this in a later video because we really kind of need it for a bit of a niche purpose. But this is a really handy tool for other areas of the modeling workflow as well. So make sure to go ahead and check this on and take a look at the documentation if you want to learn a little bit more about it. Now, finally, we need to go ahead and install the Text Tools add-on that we had gone ahead and downloaded a few seconds earlier. So we're not going to be able to go ahead and actually type this in and look for it. Now, we will on my specific machine because I've already installed it. So what we're going to have to do first is go ahead and click this Install button. And you're going to want to navigate to where you have that zip file downloaded of Text Tools. Now, I generally go ahead and create a Blender add-ons folder on my system. So this is where I can house all of my Blender add-ons and all the zip files and stuff so that it doesn't get accidentally deleted. So I'd really recommend that if you don't have a Blender add-ons folder to just go ahead and quickly make one and then put your Text Tools add-on in that folder. And now once you've gone ahead and done that, you're going to be able to go ahead and find the Text Tools zip folder that we have, and we can simply go ahead and click Install Add-on. And now if I go ahead and search for Text Tools, we're going to see that we're going to have this UV Text Tools option. Again, a bunch of different parameters that we can go ahead and play around with. And we just want to make sure that we're going to enable this. And now once we have all of these installed and enabled, by default, Blender is going to go ahead and automatically save all that. So we can simply just close that down and we should be good to go. So here we are with a blank package. And where do we really start with, kind of like an empty canvas, right? Kind of one of the scariest parts of really art in general. And the best area, I think, in most cases, and I don't think a lot of people is going to argue this fact, is that we're going to need some reference. So whether you have reference on your own or you're going to use the provided reference that we're going to be taking a look at here in a second, it's a good idea to use concepts or reference pieces when you're working, because realistically, we're going to miss a lot of details if we're just going to try and model this all without, actually referencing and looking at what we're trying to replicate, right? So in our 3D view, I'm going to go into front view here, and I'm going to just create a reference collection. And so with that, let's go ahead and add an image here, and I'm going to use reference. And so with the package, you'll note that I have under resources and reference images, two different reference images that we can go ahead and use. And so I want to go and use the body reference first. We'll take a look at the dial one in about 2 videos when we actually go ahead and create it, but for now, let's just use the body reference. So that's going to bring this in here, and we'll note that it's going to give us, right, just a good kind of reference for what we're going to be building. So there's a couple things I want to set up first. Let's come into the object data properties for our image, and I'll just turn on transparency. So I'm going to be able to actually see the grid now through our image. I also want to go ahead and just quickly change the side option to be front so that I can kind of, see through this in case I want to maybe look from the back side, right? And I don't want to see the image overlaid over top of our asset. And finally, actually, I'll go into the side view here, and I'm just going to bring this back on the Y, maybe about 1 meter, so that when I'm working with my asset here, it's not intersecting with this piece. So now that we've got that, I'm actually able to, just go ahead and move this around like it would be a 3D object. So I'm going to bring this up onto the X here, just so it's sitting nice and snug. And I want to make sure that I'm going to move this over to our front view here and try and get it as in the center as possible. Again, it's going to be a little bit tough, but we're going to get the general idea, right? So that we've got a nice piece of reference all lined up, and we kind of just have to fill in the blanks. Now, I don't want to accidentally start clicking on my reference here and then, accidentally moving it off to the sides. So what I can do is in our outliner here, just select this little filters option, and we'll notice that we're going to have this selectable toggle. So I'll just go and select that. Now we're going to have these little arrows, and I'm just going to make sure that this collection is actually toggled off. So now you can, maybe hear my mouse clicking. I'm not actually able to select the reference. So that's going to be useful for us just to keep us from actually, accidentally clicking off and moving stuff. Let's go and create a new collection, and I'll call this mesh. And this is going to house all of the, meshes we're going to be making for this asset. So to start off, I want to go ahead and let's add a simple circle mesh. And now by default, it's going to bring in this circle here with a 32 vertice count. I don't really want to work with that number of vertices, right? Because if I go and start to edit this, I'm going to be manipulating 32 vertices, and that's just way too much. So let's bring this down to something like 12. And I like 12 because we can break it up into quadrants, right? 4 here, 4 here, 4 here, and 4 here, right? With 4, vertices being the overlap between those quadrants. And it's going to be much easier just overall to really work with these vertices as opposed to 32. So that now I can go ahead and just quickly add a modifier and a subdivision surface modifier. And we can see that I can very easily, change the resolution, as it were, for these circles or these meshes. And this is going to be something we're going to look at in more capacity over the duration of the series, is really how we can shoulder a lot of the work onto modifiers so that we don't have to do, all of that work manually, because it can get very cumbersome the more polygons and vertices and edges we're going to add to our scene. So I'm just going to turn that off. I'm going to leave this modifier on, but just turn it off, because right now I want to go and just kind of block in our model using our reference image. So in edit mode here, I'm going to bring this up just to match kind of that base lower level there, and I'm going to scale it in until we're able to reach kind of the extents here. So now I can go ahead and just hit E to extrude, and I'm going to hit Z to constrain it to the Z axis here. And I like to actually just kind of bring things up to fit a little bit of the confines of our asset here. And you're thinking, okay, I missed all of this information, right? But what I can do is just scale this in. And now I can go ahead and hit Control R and to start bringing in some edge loops this way. So I like to define my boundaries first and then kind of work within it. That's really just a personal preference thing. You could alternatively just go ahead and extrude up and scale it into each, individual areas that you think are going to need a silhouette. So do whatever you're going to be comfortable with. Let's go ahead and bring this up to this next level here. Scale that in. And we'll bring it up to maybe this larger platform here. Scale it out a little bit. and kind of just rinse and repeat for the rest of these silhouette features. So for an area down here, you'll notice that we're going to get a bit of a lip, and that's something that I've actually developed in the model itself. What we can do is I'm just going to, with this loop selected, I'm going to hit Control B, bevel that out, and I'm going to scroll my mouse wheel up one time there. And you can see I accidentally moved my mouse a little bit. But as I scroll my mouse wheel up, now we're going to get this kind of like intermittent loop cut. And alternatively, right, I can scroll this up or down as much as I want to change the actual number of bevels we're adding to it. So with that, what I can do is now just kind of scale this in a little bit. And if I come back outside of our transparency view, right, we're going to get that lip. Let's quickly just go ahead and finish closing this out. Scaling this in. Again, scaling this one in. And now what I want to do is this edge loop here is also going to be at the same level as this edge loop here, right? It's going to pretty much be a flat face right along here. So with this selection, I'll come up to our snapping options, and let's go ahead and snap this to vertex. So now if I hit G on my keyboard to move, I'm going to constrain it to the Z axis, and I'm going to hold down Control and hover my mouse over another vertex. You can see that I'm going to have the ability to snap to different vertices. So I want it to snap to this one there, and then I'm also going to scale it in so that we're going to have it pretty much in line with that. Now, very quickly, that's going to define the base for this object. And realistically, it's going to be pretty much the exact same process all the way up throughout this piece till the point where we get to a little bit more of a complex shape, as we can see as it rounds out. So take this moment as an opportunity to go ahead and see what you can do with this kind of cool looking shape using all of the techniques we've just done. And I'm going to see you once I get up to this point here and quickly review everything that I've developed in this centerpiece. And now looking at our body, now that I've gone ahead and roughed it out a little bit, we can see that realistically it's not that much more difficult than what we had done down here. Again, just making sure we're trying to fit the silhouette as much as possible. And for areas in here, right, where I maybe have to go ahead, bevel inwards, bevel outwards, and just adding a little bit of those extrusions right out along the same Z level. So there really isn't anything that's really going to throw you for a loop, hopefully right there. But as you make your way up towards this guy up here, right, and if we come over to our reference over here, we can see that it's going to be a little bit of a more rounded and spherical object. And we go from relatively easy to pretty complex very quickly, right? From 0 to 100 very fast. But I can assure you that it looks more complex than it really truly is. So let's look at how we can go ahead and very efficiently model this. Well, I'll notice that I have pretty much a level right here that I'm going to be able to satisfy front and back. I'm just assuming that this is the same on both sides. And because I modeled the reference, I do know that it actually is. So I can go ahead and extrude these three pieces up, right? If I take a look here, the front and the back, and I'll bring those up to around there. And then I'm going to go ahead and select both of these, and let's bring those up. And you're going to think, okay, cool. That's not the hard part though, Chunk. And I would agree. You are absolutely right. It's not the hard part, but it's going to give us a good start. Now, what I want to go ahead and do is let's go on the right side here. If I select this front and back, I want to go ahead and hit Shift S and add our cursor to selected. So that I'm going to get my cursor smack dab in the center between these two vertices. And what I want to do is I don't want to have to go ahead and try and model a circle. And instead I can very easily just add one, and we're just going to be able to work with that one instead. So now with our cursor right in the center there, let's go ahead and add another circle. And I'll go and scale this down. And it's still going to be using the 12 vertices like we had declared it to use for the initial geometry. And I'm just going to get rid of these 4 on the right side. So that now I'm just going to have these vertices here. So I can rotate this on the y-axis 90 degrees. If I come back into front view, just move this over here. Make sure that I'm vertex snap again. And let's just move this on the X right to line up there so that I'm going to be trying to start to define this rounded side. Now we'll notice that it's a little too big. So I'll go ahead and scale that in so that ideally these vertices on the sides here are going to line up pretty nice and close. And what I want to do is I want to come up into my 3D viewport and I want to select this little button, and it looks like it's kind of like two vertices and some like dotted lines connecting them. And this is going to be auto merge vertices or auto weld. Maybe you're coming from a different software and they use the weld option instead. It's pretty much all the same thing, just different lingo. And this is going to automatically merge vertices when they get within a very similar distance of each other. So I'll select that. And let's move this rounded piece down on the Z, again holding Control to snap to those vertices. And you'll notice that when I did that, right, we actually now got orange lines down these sides. So if I start to move this, you can see that it's actually merged them because they were pretty much close enough that Blender's like, okay, we're going to merge these now. So it's a really great tool to do this auto merge, but you're going to have to be careful sometimes as it's going to merge vertices that maybe you didn't want to merge together. So when I don't really want to use that anymore, I just make sure to go ahead and turn it off, just so that I'm not accidentally removing vertices that I did want to keep. So that's going to be awesome. So I'm going to go and quickly select all of these. And actually a quick tip for you. If I select this vertice here and come up to this top one here and hold down Control and then select, it's going to select the shortest path. So I can go and then do that over here as well, holding down Control and select, and it's going to select the shortest path that way. So that's really cool to, select maybe a ring of vertices, but you don't want to select the entire thing. And so what I want to do now is let's go ahead and hit E to extrude, and I'm just going to commit it there. So it's going to be in the same position. And let's go ahead and just scale this inwards. And let's move it on the Z, again, holding down Control to snap it so that everything is going to be relatively uniform in terms of its extrusion. Now, if I come back out to the front view here, right, I'll be able to move this over on the X. And let's go ahead and just, you can see that maybe it's not as tall as a reference, but that's okay. We can fix that later if we don't like it. But I want to move it over to kind of this area here, because this is going to be kind of our defining face. Right, so we're getting pretty close to actually getting this done. However, I'm now going to realize like, oh, maybe I did want to actually, make this a circle. Even though initially I didn't want it to be a circle, now I do want it to be a circle. So what we can do is just quickly select this here. I'm going to hit Shift D to duplicate and rotate this 180 degrees. Again, making sure that our auto merge is on. And let's go ahead and just snap it. And you can see very easily, now I've gone ahead and just created a circle, right? So now I can go ahead and start actually filling in these gaps here. Again, just pressing F and filling outwards this way. And I think what I want to do is I'm going to go and add 2 loop cuts in here so that I can fill up like that. Let's go ahead and add 2 loop cuts at the back here as well. And fill upwards like this. And now let's quickly go ahead, extrude another face and scale it inwards. And then with these faces, I'm going to extrude them and move them on the X back in. So that we've gone ahead and developed one of the sides of this piece here. Now, that's a lot of work, and I don't want to have to do all of that all over again, right? As 3D artists, we are pretty lazy, but we cover it up by calling it efficient. And so how we can be efficient here is if I go into front view, you'll notice that, realistically for our model, if I take a look, well, it's going to be pretty much symmetrical, right? So what I can do is if I come into edit mode here and I go ahead and select all of the vertices on the left side, making sure not to actually touch the one down the center there, I can delete them and add a modifier. And we're going to use a mirror modifier. So if I take a look now, right, you can see that I'm going to be able to get just pretty much a mirror copy of everything I'm doing. And it's gone ahead, if I just move my cursor down to the center there, right, it's pretty much just duplicated or flipped or mirrored that geometry I've just made. So I only really have to do half the work, which is going to be really, really awesome. I just want to make sure that we're going to select clipping first, because you'll note that if I go ahead and select these, I can actually move them off of the mesh. Whereas if I have clipping on, anything that's in the center is not going to be able to be moved on the x-axis here. So that's just one thing to make sure that you're cognizant of when working with this modifier. So now that I've gone ahead and, removed pretty much half of the workload, let's go and quickly just close this up. So I'll select two of these and again hit F to fill them. And then I'll move my mouse cursor over to where I want to fill this empty space, hitting F, F, F. And then what I'm going to do, instead of closing this as a triangle, I'm going to add a loop cut, select this edge here, and just move it on top of this. Now again, I want to make sure that I'm going to add auto merge and select this, so that now that's going to be one piece. And very easily, we've gone ahead and closed that out. So now that we've gone ahead and closed out the centerpiece there and everyone's cheered and clapped and hoorayed, let's go ahead and take a look at developing kind of like the rotator cuff for this piece here, right? Because we can't just go ahead and leave it empty. One, because we're actually able to peer inside of our mesh, and that's not going to look really good once we actually start getting to texturing and stuff. So what I want to do with this is I first want to go ahead and I want to call this centerpiece just the body, so that I'm able to actually define this as being its own unique piece. And then from there, what I want to do is let's go ahead and select this inner piece, because I already know it's going to be the same dimensions and the same resolution as this area it's going to fit. I'm going to go ahead and just hit Shift D and commit that to the same place. And then I'm going to hit P to separate it. So now it's going to be its own separate mesh. And we'll notice too, right, because I've gone ahead and separated, it's actually going to keep the modifiers that we had on our body here. So that's really handy, so that I don't have to go ahead and add more modifiers. And you'll notice, right, it's actually going to be mirrored across the X. So whether you want to call that lazy or efficient, that's up to you, but that's really a good way to work to really reduce the amount of work you're going to have to do yourself. So I'm going to quickly just call this, and I'll hit F2 to bring up this little panel here, rotator. And now with this guy selected, I'm just going to extrude it along the X here. So it's going to be peeking out just a little bit. And actually, let's again look at our reference here. Maybe bring it out just a little bit more. Let's kind of scale it down just a little bit. Now I'm going to extrude another piece here, scale it inwards, and I'm actually going to bring this back in on the X. So we're going to have something kind of, and actually, you know what I'll do is maybe just bring this down a little bit more, right? Comes out to a point, and then this one comes back in. But we're actually going to deal with this very sharp piece here in a minute once we start looking more at modifiers. So I'll make sure that that's in nice and snug. I'll extrude another piece and scale it in. So it's going to be more of a flat face in here. And then with this piece, let's go ahead. And if I look back at my reference, we can see we have this little cut out here. Let's go and extrude along the X. Again, scaling inwards. Actually, maybe move it back just a little bit there. Extrude it in. And we're going to take a look at another cool tool. So if I go ahead and hit F to fill this, right? Well, I don't actually want this to just be like a flat top, but I actually want to inset this a little. And so we'll notice that I used a pretty key word here, right? Inset. So inset is another tool that we can use. If you take a look at your toolbar here, right? I just hit T on my keyboard. You'll notice that we're going to have this inset faces option. Again, the shortcut for this is going to be I. So I prefer to work with shortcuts or hotkeys. So I'm going to hit I with that face selected. And you'll see as I move my mouse cursor in, right, it's going to have this kind of like inset face. But if you take a look kind of up at the top where my mouse cursor is, right, you can see there's a lot of different text. And this is going to be pretty much same for all of the hotkeys that we use, right, for like beveling and insetting and all that. We're going to have a couple different options for this tool. So if I go ahead and hold down Control, now you can see that I'm actually tweaking the depth. So I want this to kind of bevel in a little bit. And then once I let go of Control, it's going back to insetting the faces. So this is going to be really handy, to get something kind of cool like that. Now we could have gone ahead and just, extruded and scaled and moved it in, but the more tools you're going to have at your disposal, you're going to actually be able to work much quicker. And that's really, got me pretty satisfied for that piece right now. I think what I will do is maybe just scale this up a little bit just to make sure there's no gap in between. Now I just want to quickly go ahead and maybe add some more curve just to this piece here because it kind of goes straight up and it looks kind of plain Jane, So let's select these two, I guess these 4 vertices, right? The new loop cuts that we went ahead and added. And I'm going to scale them in together on the Y so that they're just going to have a little bit of this curve here. And again, nothing too crazy, but it's going to help really solidify that rounded shape that we're going to be able to see in our reference image here. Now looking ahead, we're going to notice that there's a bit of a center connection piece here, right? And it's going to be a little bit taller than, these arches here. If I zoom on over, it's going to fit that kind of circular profile that we've developed for the top here. So we could go ahead and, manually develop this, or hear me out. What we could do is be a little bit efficient and come in here and already use some of the geometry we've developed. So I'm going to opt for that option instead. So what I'm going to do is go into face selection mode, go ahead and select these faces here. Again, hitting Shift D to duplicate and just committing them to where they are. And I'm going to hit P so that we can separate them into its own object. So now we've already got a bit of a base to work with, and I'm just going to call this connector, and it's going to have the modifiers again that we're already used to working with, or at least kind of working with, as we've got one, hidden already. Now what I want to do is I'll come into our front view here, and I want to just kind of develop some of the faces up the front there. So I'm going to select these top 5, and let's go ahead and extrude them on the X right into the center there. And then I can just go and very easily fill these bottom 2 out, fill those out, right? So we've almost pretty much just kind of closed it off. But we're going to notice that we have this little extra piece kind of dipping upwards. So what I'll need to do for this is let's go ahead and just take these top 2 pieces here, and I'm going to extrude them up. And now it really doesn't matter how high up you go because it's going to be, hidden within this top speaker piece. But I'll just scale, actually I'll go into the side view so we can see this better. Scale these faces on the Z to 0, just to flatten them off. And I'm not going to need these faces, so let's go ahead and hit X to delete faces. So very easily we've gone ahead and developed that nice rounded piece. Now it's not going to be very rounded right now because we aren't looking necessarily at the modifiers quite yet, but this is going to be a really good block out for us. And now it's going to be time for this big guy up here. So let's make sure that our 3D cursor is to the world origin, right? So everything is rounded out. And I'm going to go and add another circle. Again, making sure that it's only 12 vertices, which it is. Now we could go ahead and just move this up in object mode. I generally tend to like to keep my origins for my meshes though, kind of at the world origin there. So what I'm going to do is just go into edit mode and move everything up. So we can see that the object origin is still down at the bottom there. Now it's not going to really play too much of a factor in this particular project, but definitely keep an eye out in future projects when you're working with other modifiers, because sometimes the origin does play a pretty integral role. So I'll bring this guy up, scale him in, again, all in edit mode here. And I'll start up over top. And I'm going to work downwards first, and then we'll come back and work in towards the center. So we can extrude this down. We'll take a look, right, and there's actually a bit of a lip here. Maybe what I'll do is just extrude everything out a little bit. Extrude this piece and scale it in. And let's just extrude this straight down first. Scale that in. And then we can kind of round these out just a little bit. Awesome. So we've got something kind of like that, but we're going to notice that we have a bit of a gap here. So what I'm going to want to do is let's just go ahead, select all of these vertices here. I'm going to extrude it one more time and commit, and then I'm going to hit M on my keyboard, M for merge, and let's merge them at the center. So it's just going to merge it all into one vertex down there. That's a pretty easy way to just kind of fill this off, and a good way to, kind of round everything out. We'll come back up and let's go towards the top now. So I'll select our top. Again, maybe bring this up a little bit and extrude and scale that inwards. And this one's going to be a little bit tough to see, but I'm going to want to try and confine it kind of right there. Extrude this up. Again, do another extrusion and scale it in. And again, I want to make sure that it's going to be within the confines, kind of like the boundaries of this centerpiece there. And then let's just take that piece and extrude it down and in. So at the end of the day, all it's really going to look like is extrusion in and up, a bit of a lip, and then down and in. And so just like we did down with our rotator there, I kind of want to do the same efficient technique that we've been doing, where we go ahead and duplicate this, separate it, and let's give it a new name. And actually, we should give this a name too. So I'm going to call this head, because, I'm a candlestick phone technician and I know all the terminology. And let's go ahead and call this speaker. Even though this is technically the part that you speak into, I guess it would be like the interface or the intercom, but yeah, we don't have to be too technical about it. So now what I want to do with this is very similarly just follow our silhouette. So we can extrude this up. And let's scale that out a little bit. And just very easily try and match this profile here. So I think that's going to be okay. Now, ideally what I want to do is also have, a bit of an interior to this guy. So what I can do with this is I'm going to just select everything, and I'm going to hit Shift D to duplicate it and confirm it to, or commit it to where it was before. And I'm just going to hit S, and this time I'm going to hit Shift and Z. So what that means is instead of scaling it on the Z, I'm going to scale it on the other two axes, which are not Z, being X and Y, right? So we can see what it's doing is it's constrained it basically to the Z and scaling it on the other two axes. So I'm going to bring it in to maybe something like, I want it to be a little thick, but not too thick. Something like that, right? So that we're going to get an interior. So I'm going to select these two here and hit F. And let's go ahead and just fill all the way around our object here. So that now we've gone ahead and pretty much closed out one solid piece. And we just need to go ahead down in here and hit F to fill that out. And now you probably have been told at some point in your 3D education that you should probably avoid n-gons, right? If you're unaware, n-gons are just polygons that have more than 4 sides, right? You can see that this has going to be, what, 12 different sides, right? But n-gons do have useful scenarios, particularly in this instance where it's going to be a flat face anyways. So now if we take a look at our reference, right, we actually haven't gone ahead and developed the bottom yet. So let's go and do that. Coming back down to our base here, you'll notice that it's going to be a little bit of a pain in the butt, right, to try and start extruding things in because they're not going to really extrude properly. And that's going to be because of our mirror modifier. So what I can do is go ahead and just apply this mirror modifier by hitting Control A while my mouse cursor is over top. Or I could just come and select this drop down and apply. Now I'm going to be able to operate on a circle again. So that's just going to be a lot easier. And so now I've just hit Control and 7 to come underneath my model here. And let's start by kind of extruding inwards a little bit. And you know what I'll do actually is, let's just go and Shift H to hide this. And I'm going to turn off my other models, just so it's a little bit easier to see what we're doing. So I'm going to want a little bit of a lip here, which is going to be our wood. And if we take a look, right, we can see that it kind of comes into about, I'll maybe scale it out a little bit, to about there, and then it kind of drops down again. So let's extrude another face down, scale it in. I'll extrude another face and just scale that in, right, so that we're going to get kind of like a lip there again. Extrude another face down here and scale that in. Can maybe just extrude one more face in flat like that. And here's going to be another scenario where I can either go and fill that as an n-gon, or what I can do is go ahead and extrude and then hit M, right, to merge at center. So that's going to be up to you because really it's going to be just a flat face, but I'm going to opt for merging it at the center just so that we have some more edges and faces to really work with once we get to making a high poly of this. And now once I'm satisfied with that, I'll just hit Alt and H to unhide everything. I can also unhide them all in there. And we're looking good to go. But we'll also notice that we have these little nubs kind of at the bottom there, right? That our phone is going to kind of just be propped upon. So that's going to be pretty easy, but we're going to make them as separate meshes. So what I can do is I'll actually come and just quickly hide our body now so that, you know, we're going to be able to see what we're getting. And let's go and add a circle. Again, I want to make sure that it's going to be, you know what, let's make it 6 because they're going to be so small and we're going to be using a subdivision surface modifier to really round them out. So in edit mode, I'll scale this right down. And if we take a look, right, they're going to be really, really tiny here. I'll just extrude that up and out. If I get really in close here, I'm just going to go ahead, extrude those in, and I'm going to go ahead and just fill that, right? Again, so tiny, not going to really notice it. So now I don't want to go ahead and just place these around all willy-nilly like. We could, and you might be able to do it a little bit quicker, but what we're going to be able to do if I go and turn our body back on is I'm going to use a modifier to do all of that just in case maybe I want to make more, or maybe I want to change the profile or, you know, some of the actual edges and faces of this nub for whatever reason. I don't want to have to go ahead and update every single mesh. So what I can do is I'm going to use an array modifier, and you can see it's generated another piece there, and I'm going to use 4. And you're thinking, okay, that's cool, but you know, like I only have the ability to kind of just move these in these random directions, right? So how do I actually use that to place it around in more like a circular way? Well, what we can do is I'll uncheck relative offset, and let's go to object offset. So now we need an object that we can actually use as kind of the offset here, right? And so really handily, I can come into our collection, go ahead and add an empty object, and I'll just use a plain axes. And you might have seen these before. They're just going to be pretty much empty objects, as the name suggests. So they're just going to be points in space. So now I can select our nub, go ahead and select our empty. And you'll notice that as I move, if I can select our empty here, right? Now it's going to move with the offset of this empty. And so this is going to be an interesting case, like I was mentioning earlier, where it is actually important where the origin of this object is related to where the mesh is. So you can see that if I go ahead in edit mode with our nub and start to move it off into the X, well, nothing's going to happen, right? But if I start to rotate now our empty, and I'm going to rotate it 90 degrees, well, bang, all of a sudden, right? Now we've got these lining up in the pretty much the same kind of pattern as we have for our reference, right? And all I have to do now, if I just hide our empty because we don't really need it anymore, you'll notice that I can scale all of these up and down, and actually maybe scale those down a little bit. I can move them, right, on the X because it's all relative to our object offset, which is the empty. And if I go ahead and move these on the Y, right, we can even kind of position them like that, but we don't really want to do that. We want to save that for the rotation of our empty object. So again, maybe overkill, but I just wanted to show you it because it really has pretty much endless use cases. And now the time's come where we're going to want to try and shift towards making this a bit of a higher poly mesh, right? Something that's going to be like our background here. And now we're probably familiar with using subdivision surface modifiers, right? It's going to add a lot of subdivisions to our mesh, and it's going to make it look pretty good overall. However, we'll notice that we're going to lose a lot of those sharper creases, and that's something we want to try and keep. That's a pretty defining aspect, really, of this hard surface asset. And so we're probably familiar with a certain technique where we come in and, maybe we bevel some edges, or we go ahead and define, retaining edge loops as they're commonly referred to as, right, to sharpen things out. And it's pretty good, like it's going to do the job, but the problem is I got to go in and add a ton of different loop cuts. And now if I need to go back and edit this, I actually need to move, 3 layers of these loop cuts in order to just facilitate moving some of these edges. And that's really going to be just way too much work. So instead, what we can do is actually house a lot of those retaining edge loops in a different modifier so that when I have to go ahead and manipulate this mesh, say we don't like how it looks, I'm only going to have to, manipulate the original topology that we've created. And so how that's going to be through is a combination of a bevel modifier and a subdivision surface modifier. So we're going to have to pay special attention here in that the bevel modifier is going to need to be above our subdivision surface here. And order is really going to matter. Now you're going to notice that it's going to look way uglier with this ordering, but I assure you that it's going to have to be with the bevel modifier first. And the reason that is if I hide our subdivision surface, right, we're going to go ahead and add the bevels to our geometry and then subdivide them based off of those bevels. Now, why it looks bad is that we haven't actually limited the selection method for the bevels, so it's just going to bevel everything. But if I go and select none and change that to weight, well, now it's not going to select anything. And what's going on here? Well, we actually are in charge of determining which edges are weighted bevels. So basically, it's just a way of saying, okay, you go ahead and decide which one of these edges you want to bevel, basically. And so where are we actually going to be able to determine that, right? Well, if I hit N on my keyboard, and under Item with an edge selected, you're going to see we have this Edges Data slider, right? And it's going to say Mean Bevel Weight. Well, we've got bevel, and we've set our limit method to be weight. So chances are these are probably connected, right? So if I go ahead with this edge loop selected here and I just bring this up, well, now you can see that I can actually kind of have this weird, like gelatinous control over how my actual mesh is reacting. And what we're doing is I'm giving basically a weighted influence of the amount and the segments here. So if I bring the segments up, we can make it sharper, right? I can also say I want to do 50%, so 0.05 of, let's bring this something really low, like 0.01, right? And so that's actually going to make it sharper because we've decreased the amount that it's going to bevel outwards. And I think I'm going to stick with 0.01. And so this is going to allow us to then very easily create hard surface assets without having to go and manually place all of these edge loops. Because frankly, nobody has the time for that. And like I said, 3D artists, we are nothing if not efficient. So let's take a look at how we would go about, like kind of defining some of these features here and kind of high polyifying them using this technique. So I want to start underneath here. And let's go and select pretty much all of these rings, right, that are going to be edges. And I want them to be pretty sharp. If we go ahead and take a look right at our reference, we've got some very, very defined edges there. So I'm going to set our mean bevel weight to maybe like 10%, so 0.1. Right, and you can see very easily, if I bring this back down to 0, right, very gelatinous blobby, 10%, very, very sharp. And so this is going to be a fantastic way, and I probably don't need to beat you over the head with it anymore. You can hopefully see how powerful this is. So let's just look at what are we going to actually weight a lot of these edges to. So the next one I want to take a look at is going to be, this kind of little nook down here. And because it's so tiny, right, I'm probably going to want to set it to around maybe 10% again. If we take a look, right, nice and sharp. Probably going to want to set this one to something a little bit higher. So maybe 100% is going to be pretty good, right? It's going to come down, but still be relatively rounded. And if I'm looking kind of at the top pieces here, I think these are all relatively going to be the same. So let's go and select all of these edge loops. Actually, maybe with the exception of that one there. And we'll select that there. And let's go and set this to 10%. And very quickly, right, we can see just how far or how stark the difference is, really with not a lot of extra effort. So if you've been using this, retaining edge loop workflow, chances are you can probably consider dropping that technique, at least for now. There are instances where it really is the only way to go, but in terms of being non-destructive and kind of modular, or at least flexible in your approach to design, you really aren't going to need it. I'm going to come back up over here, right, as we're working on the rest of our asset. And I'm probably going to want to set this to about 10%, sharpen it out. Let's take a look here. If I can maybe just hide that. Looks like we're probably going to be able to just add about 10% here. Do the same thing for these pieces, right, to sharpen them out a little bit. So we'll do 10%. We're going to want to make sure that these are really following kind of the silhouette that we've provided them as well. So I think what I'm going to do for that is, and it looks like we've got one up top over here, again, is just go and do about 10%. Right, so we're really getting back some of that silhouette there. So quickly, I want to go and just shade the smooth, right? So we're going to be able to see it in all of its smooth shaded. I almost said shade smoothed. Smooth shaded glory. And let's take a look up at this top piece as well, because we can see that we're still getting kind of the blobby features, right? Even though obviously we're going to want to have this a little bit harder surface. So let me just reframe my selection. And let's go ahead and set all of these. If we go and quickly select all these pieces here as being, let's do 10% again. And I think 10% is going to be a pretty common trend amongst all of our pieces that we're going to do. And so that's looking pretty crisp and very sharp, but I want to actually define a little bit of, sharper edges right here, and so that it's not just completely rounded. So let's go ahead and select these, and let's do the same thing, 0.1, and that's looking pretty sweet. But we'll notice that with this modifier comes, obviously a lot of power and a lot of responsibility. We can see that we are going to get a little bit of these weird kind of creases here as we're beveling these edges and these edges. And you might think, okay, shoot, I guess I'm gonna have to dial back a little bit on these bevel modifiers. But here's exactly where you double down. No, I'm just kidding. Well, you kind of double down. What you're going to be able to do is under the geometry of the bevel modifier, we're gonna have this outer and inner shapes basically. And so this is going to be considered an outer shape. So I can select, instead of sharp, down to arc, and that's actually going to help smooth out a lot of those kind of intersections. And that's going to be really, really cool. I think arc is probably one of the better ones. Patch is okay as well, but for this particular one, I didn't find it was a very good fit. I think arc is going to be one of the best. And now I also just want to quickly come back in, select these edges here, and let's bring those to about 10%. So that now you can see, like I had said earlier in the previous video, right? It looks very, very complex, but you and I both know that realistically, it's not too bad. So really, in a nutshell, that's going to be possibly a pretty revolutionary workflow for some of you watching this series. And honestly, when I kind of learned about it and developed a little bit of it on my own, you really truly start to appreciate just the power of kind of chaining a lot of these modifiers together so that I don't have to do a lot of the work. It really is a great feeling, and you feel pretty accomplished as an artist when you can kind of make the software work for you. Now, I don't normally do this in a lot of series that I develop, but realistically, the workflow is not different whatsoever. So I'm going to go ahead and just time lapse this part, because while I have nothing new to say, I still want to be as transparent as possible and show you pretty much all the steps that are going to be taken. So if you're pretty comfortable with this kind of workflow, go ahead, finish up this piece on your own, and I'll see you in the next video where we're going to take a look at the earpiece, cord, and holder. But if you're still not quite sure about it yet, just stick around. I'm going to do a bit of a light time lapse, but I'm not going to be giving any new information. So hopefully closing out the other assets from the previous video weren't too challenging for you because realistically it's all the same technique. It's just tweaking some values here and there. We're going to be using pretty much exactly the same techniques as well in this video, albeit for this piece right here, as well as learning how we can, model more organic but still kind of man-made items such as the holder and the cord. So let's take a look at just developing this earpiece here. So again, making sure that my cursor's down at origin. Let's go and add a circle and making sure again that it is not 6 this time, right, like our nubs were, but 12. And in edit mode, I'm going to bring everything up and over. So let's go ahead and we'll start up at the top actually. And let's start right up in here, right where we're going to pretty much drop our cord into. And I'll extrude that down and out a little bit. Bring this guy out. It looks like we're going to have a little bit of a lip before we kind of come down to more of a straightaway there. So I'll bring that down, shoot another one out. And I'm going to bring this down. It's a little bit tough to see with the holder, but it actually kind of rounds off. And then there's a bit of a little bit of like a lip there as well. I'm going to use this as my kind of, boundary piece. I'll quickly go in and block out some of these other areas. And I'm just going to bevel that one out. So it's nice and rounded there. Cool. So hopefully this is not also, going to be a very challenging piece for you. It's pretty much the exact same here. We'll just go and bring everything down. Scale this out. And let's go ahead. And I think what I'll do actually is I'll maybe just bevel this as well. Right, looking like it's fitting the silhouette a little bit nicer. Finally, we can come and extrude this piece out. Maybe bring it down a little bit. Let's extrude this guy all the way down here. And I'm going to be using our bevel modifier to actually round out this piece here. So for now, I'm just going to keep it straight like that. And let's go and just extrude and scale something in, kind of like that. Right, so that we're going to have this kind of cuff on it. And then I'm going to hit F to fill because I'm going to use another inset. So let's go and just hit I to inset. Maybe scale this in just a touch. And I'm going to hold down Control and bring my mouse cursor in until I find something that's like deep enough. Maybe bring this out a little bit more. Actually, I'll scale that back in just a touch. And that's looking pretty good, right? So all in all, that's going to be pretty much our earpiece here. Let's go and actually I'll probably use our reference again here. Scale this in. So extrude, scale it in, and extrude it downwards, right? So now we're going to be able to, if I take a look, just have a little bit of a hole that we're going to be able to plug our cord into. So before we go ahead and start doing that, I want to go ahead and add our bevel and our subdivision surface modifiers. Now let's quickly just pretty much take everything we've learned from the previous video and just quickly apply it here. So I'm going to bring this down to maybe about 0.01 again. And now in edge select mode, again with our end panel out here, let's go ahead and select these edges. Probably this one. Yep, got that one as well. And this one, let's do 0.1. Right, so they're going to be nice and straight. If I go ahead and take a look at our concept as well, I'm probably going to want to go and bevel this piece here. So let's take a look at beveling that. Maybe bring that. Let's do we'll do 0.1. And the same thing for over here. Really sharpen this up. And as we keep going down, right, I'm not going to really want to touch the centerpiece there, but I'm probably going to want to grab these two and make those 0.1. And now what I can do with this one is it's already rounded because of the subdivision surface, but you can see that this one has a little bit of a straighter cutaway first. So what I'm probably going to do is with this selected, just bring this all the way, well, maybe not all the way up. Let's do about 80% there. And how's that going to look? Yeah, so it's going to hold its shape a little bit better there, but then round in. Let's take a look at this inner piece here, maybe 0.1, sharpen that out. And are we going to need, let's take a look. Try 0.5. Maybe just sharpen that one out a little bit as well. And that's looking pretty clean if I do say so myself. And now the next piece I want to make is going to be this chord here. And chords always look pretty cool. And they're not actually that difficult to make, but they're not going to be made kind of in the conventional sense of modeling, like we had seen, right, where we were actually manipulating mesh data. But instead, we're going to be using a different technique, which is much better suited to this kind of geometry. And that's going to be using curves. Now, we can go ahead and use a Bezier curve, and you might be more familiar with that, but I find that it's a little bit harder to work with in some areas. And instead, I actually generally tend to prefer to work with paths. Now, you might not be as familiar with paths, but really, at the end of the day, the only difference between them, if I maybe just isolate this, is that we can see as I move our handles, it's not actually going to be stuck. Our spline here, or curve, is not going to be stuck to the actual handle, like maybe it would, right? If I move this over a little bit with our Bezier, you can see that the Bezier is going to stick to where the actual handles are. So that's going to be really only the major difference for you. And it's going to be really dependent on what you like to work with. However, at the end of the day, just know that we're going to be using a curve or spline for this particular piece. So with my path, I'm going to go and call this chord, and I'm going to come into our spline or curve properties here. And this is where we're going to be able to manipulate the geometry and all of that for our curve. So under geometry, you can see that we're going to have this bevel option, and this is going to allow me to control the offset of the geometry that this curve is going to generate. I can also simultaneously come in and select everything and hit Alt and S and scale it down this way, but it's nice to have a bit of a general, overall control here. So what I want to do is I'm going to bring this point up here, bring this point up here, and let's just bring these over on the X. But I want to bring this up and over so that I can kind of get a general idea of the size that we want to make for this curve here, so that I know it's going to actually fit within this little tube. And so something around, let's do 0.02 is probably going to fit very well. Now I can kind of try and start to make this look a little bit more organic as a curve. And I'll maybe bring these up a little bit on the Z so that it's going to kind of intersect like that. Maybe it's a little too thick there. Let's try 0.018. And actually maybe still a little too thick. Let's do about 0.015. And I think that's probably going to work a little bit better. Awesome. And how's this going to look up here? So it's going to be pretty thin in here. Maybe what we can do is just go ahead. I'll move that up a little bit. And let's just scale this in on, again, constraining it to the Z there. So it's going to fit a little bit nicer to the chord, like it's actually, made to fit. So now what I can do is, in order to manipulate this a little bit better, we can go ahead and play around with moving some of these points. I can also go ahead and select 2 points here or select one edge and go ahead and subdivide it, which is going to give me more points to actually work with here. So that's going to be really kind of important and critical in working with these types of curves, is going ahead and really adding enough points to give you enough handles to really make this geometry kind of organic. So I think I'm going to stick with something kind of like that. Again, it's not super, intricate by any means. You're more than welcome to go ahead and play around with it on your own accord. But we can see for just a couple of points here, I've been able to really convincingly create a very robust chord. And why it's extra robust is because as a curve, I'm going to have access to both our resolution here. If we take a look and I zoom in, right, I can change the actual resolution of this to make it, maybe something like 16, which is a little bit, better resolution. And I can also change the resolution of the bevel. So like the radius around, right, this chord here. So I can give it less or more. So that's going to be very flexible in designing your chords. And then at the end of the day, if you want to go ahead and maybe move, add a little bit more geometry, you can just very quickly go ahead and start to extrude it outwards. And so now that we've gone and developed the chord, you're probably getting a bit of an idea on how we'd want to go ahead and make that holder piece. And before you get too many funny ideas, just trust me in saying that using a spline to do that kind of shape is going to be a little bit more trouble than it's worth. So instead, we have yet another cool way that we can go ahead and make this particular shape for only 8 vertices, and it's going to be using modifiers. I'm going to add a plane mesh, quickly call this holder. And in edit mode, I'm going to go and hit M and merge at center. So now all I have is one single vertex. So in edit mode, let's bring this vertex all the way up. And I want to bring it kind of over to where we've got the start of our holder here. And I'm just going to extrude out another vertex. So we're going to have just this floating edge. So what I can do, actually I'll make sure to snugly put that in there, is I'm going to add our first modifier, and that's going to be the skin modifier. And if we take a look at, right, it's kind of an ominous sounding modifier, like, oh, what does skin mean, right? Well, it's going to create a solid shape from vertices and edges. So when I do that, we're going to get this crazy big thing here. And actually what I'll do is go ahead and hide this because it looks very unassuming at first. But if I go and select both of these and hit Control and A to scale it down, we're going to get a bit of a better idea as to what this is doing, right? So now I can start to kind of extrude things, and we're going to be able to define a mesh based around where these vertices are. And you're thinking, okay, that doesn't look, anything remotely like our holder here. If I go and maybe just hide these pieces. Well, now I can go ahead, add a subdivision surface modifier onto this guy, maybe at 2 there. And I'm going to extrude one out on the Y. Let's do -1, just so that we've got that one out there. And I'm going to extrude one out on the positive Y, 1 here. And then I'll just kind of dial these back in. Right? Hopefully you can kind of see where I'm starting to go with this now, is that I can very quickly go ahead, extrude these 2 pieces out on the X, and then extrude them, kind of up and over here like this. And I've already very quickly and very easily, right, for the price of what, 2, 4, 6, 8 vertices, developed a pretty nice looking holder. Now we're going to want to play around a little bit with some of these, like making sure that we are going to turn on smooth shading so we can see it as a smooth shaded object. I'm also actually going to maybe bring this guy in on the X a little bit more. And I'll maybe select these 2 end pieces and hit Control and A just to kind of scale them down a little bit as well. So that now if I go and turn back on our earpiece, I'm going to need to use this as a bit of a guide for how thick I should actually make this. So again, with all of these selected, I'm going to scale this out on the Y just so it starts to fit kind of the profile here. Actually, maybe I'll bring everything down as I've just selected everything there. Maybe I'll go ahead and just make this a little skinnier too overall. And that's starting to look pretty good. And we'll bring back in our cord. And very easily, we can see that we've used a whole different kind of range of modifiers to get a pretty sweet looking asset. So in this video, we're going to put our skills to the test and go ahead and model the dial for this phone piece. Now, it's not going to be really any more complex than we've seen so far, and it's going to be using all of the techniques that we've been using for the previous assets. So the first thing I want to do is I want to actually go ahead and change our concept, right? Because if we recall back, we actually have two different reference pieces. So I'll make sure that our reference is toggleable or selectable here. And I'll come back into our data properties here. And you can see that this is actually the file path to the reference image. So because I don't really think I'm going to need to use this particular image again, I'm actually going to just go and change the source here. And let's go and select our dial reference. And you can see it's just going to automatically update that reference here. So now if I come into front view, maybe going to just scale this down a little bit here. Maybe bring this, actually, I can bring it up just a little bit. I just want to get a bit of an indication as to like the actual size of this in comparison to our model. And now we will likely be altering it a little bit. And we're going to use a kind of cool technique where I'm going to be able to model this off to the side, but then it's also going to actually be positioned in the area that we want it to be so that I can get a better sense of sizing and rotation and just general composition with the rest of our model. So again, I'll make sure that our reference, we can't go ahead and select it accidentally. And let's go ahead and add another circle. And again, I'm going to stick with the 12 vertices kind of theme that we have going on here. And I'm actually going to move this over in object mode. So I'm going to go back to increment and just snapping to each one of these kind of like grids here or increments as the name suggests. And now in edit mode, let's go ahead, scale this down a little bit. And actually, I'm going to move our reference just again. There we go. So it's a little bit better situated there. So let's go ahead and call this circle dial. And now very quickly, I can just go ahead and start to try and block out some of these shapes here. So we can extrude this up. Again, I'm going to add a loop cut right in the center here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit Control B to bevel it. Bring these out here, right? Add another loop cut. Control B to bevel this as well. Kind of bring those right into the centerpiece there. And then again, Control B to bring these to our retainers. So now with these kind of like center or, like valley pieces here, I can just go ahead and scale them in, constrained to the Z axis. So it's going to be just the X and the Y there. And we can bring those in. So very easily, we're going to get something kind of like that. Now, if we take a look, right, it's going to go pretty much just scale in as a flat face here. So let's go and extrude and scale it inwards. We can extrude this one up. And this one looks a little bit complex, right? Because we're going to get this nice roundedness up there. So we can do this kind of two ways. We know that we're going to very likely be using the weight bevel technique that we had seen in the previous videos. So we can either go ahead and make this very simple, where we just kind of extrude something here and then up, or we can go ahead and actually, extrude a point here, make sure it captures the silhouette, right? A point here, and maybe a point here. it's going to be really up to what you want to do. I think I'm going to go ahead and just extrude one simple one in here, and then extrude this up, and then we'll try and capture this silhouette much better with our weight bevel. Now we might have to go ahead and actually manually manipulate some of that, but we'll take a look at that a little bit later. So that's really going to be pretty much it for our side profile here. Again, the bottom's going to be pretty easy. What I'll do is maybe just extrude some faces in and then merge everything at the center there, right? So we've got something pretty simple like that. And really the complex part for this model is going to come from the top. If we take a look again at our reference, right? We're going to have to add 10 of these kind of like holes, right, for the digits. And so how are we going to do that? Well, let's go ahead and actually just kind of rejig our reference a little bit. So what I'm going to do is actually just hit Shift D to duplicate. Let's go ahead and rotate this. So it's going to be underneath. If I look from the top down here, right? Underneath of our asset there. And actually, I should probably change the depth to be back. Yeah, so now I can go ahead and see that. You can see, right, the difference between default is it's actually going to show through in transparency mode. Whereas if I set it to back, it's actually going to be behind our model. So let's just try and bring this up as close to our model as we can. Again, it doesn't have to be perfect, but I just want to get a good sense kind of, you know, like where these actual digits are going to be. All right, so that's going to look good. So if I go ahead and maybe just go and hide our bottom here and select, that's going to be our top, right? Yep, select our top. We'll notice that we're going to have pretty much, you know, a straight face in, and then maybe a little bit of like a chamfer in the center there, right? To kind of separate that middle piece. So I'm going to go and block that out. Again, extrude, scale this in to about there. And then I'm going to use a new option here. And this is going to be under face and grid fill. And again, I have to make sure that I have pretty much an entire enclosed hole selected. And I'll hit grid fill, and that's going to fill it, but also try and like gridify it as well. Now, I don't want it to be kind of like that weird, you know, off center or off kilter direction there. So I can go ahead and change the span up or down. And I'm probably going to go with down actually. And let's change the offset. We'll change it in the other direction here so that it's going to be, you know, front to back. So it's just going to look a lot nicer. And when we go ahead and use a subdivision surface, it's going to look a lot better with the topology when it subdivides it. So we've got that blocked out, but again, we're going to need to actually go ahead, right, and add a bit of a crease there. So what I'll do for that is let's just go ahead and quickly select all these. I'm going to hit Control B to bevel those, and I'm going to scroll my mouse up just one so that we're going to get this kind of like interior cut, right? And it's going to be pretty much about the same position. I'll maybe just scale this out a little bit there. So that now I can go ahead and just very simply bring this down. And we've got a pretty good looking centerpiece there. So how are we going to go ahead and actually add these little holes there, right, for the digits like I was talking about? And depending on where your background is, you might consider using Booleans. And Booleans aren't a terrible option. They're actually very good for getting some pretty distinct and unique cuts. But I think it might be a little bit of overkill, and certainly it's going to be messy if nothing else, because Booleans can be kind of hard to work with. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a loop cut right just kind of down the center there. If we take a look on our faces here, and you might think, okay, how are we going to kind of navigate this with just a simple loop cut? Well, you'll notice that as I've gone ahead and actually extruded, you know, these edges in, if I maybe go into vertex mode, it'll be a little bit more obvious, right? If we take a look, right, you can see that I'm going to get a vertex pretty much in the center of each one of these digits. Because as we've seen, right, we can go ahead and bevel edges here, but I can actually go ahead and if I hit Control Shift and B, go ahead and bevel vertices here. So now you can kind of see a little bit of the power here as I can go ahead and pretty much just cut in these holes very quickly and efficiently only by using just a couple vertices. So what I'm going to do is try and just cut these in large enough, but I don't want them obviously to start, impeding each other. And again, actually, I want to make sure that I'm turning off auto merge, right? This would be an instance where the vertices get too close to each other and they actually, merge together. We don't want that. So let's go ahead and make them relatively big, but, just far enough off of each other. And so that's going to be a pretty good start, but obviously we're getting some weird kind of like triangle shape a little bit, right? Where one area is a little bit more off than the rest of these vertices. And we're actually going to be using another tool, which is one of the add-ons that I had you go and enable, which is going to make this just so much easier, right? Because I don't want to have to go ahead and, like maybe just select all these and then try and scale them in. It's just going to be a little awkward. So I'm going to select a face here, and I'm going to hit W on my keyboard. And now it might be right click for you if you're going to be a left click Blender user. And under Loop Tools, I'm going to go ahead and just hit Circle. And you can see now it's actually gone ahead and made this pretty much like a perfect square here, right? And it's kind of adhered to the rotation that we had based on its basically surrounding vertices. If I go ahead and do circle again, right, you can see it's going to go and do another perfect square. Now, circle's a bit of a misnomer in this instance because it's really going to just try and perfectly round out all the vertices around the face that we have selected. But obviously, because we only have 4 vertices, it's not going to turn it into a circle. It's going to turn it into a perfect square. So it might be a little bit confusing, but just note that this particular circle option is actually going to just move them into a perfect radius. So I'll go ahead and select. Actually, am I able to select more than one? This is a good learning experience. Oh, there we go. So we can go ahead and actually just select all of these then and hit circle. And now they're going to be into perfect squares. So what I want to do is I want to just make sure that they are all kind of like equal spacing from the center and the outside. And it looks like there might be a little bit of extra space on the outside. So I'm going to first go ahead and make sure that our cursor is to selected. Let's go and change our transform pivot point to be 3D cursor. So now when I go ahead and scale, again, constraining it to the Z, so the X and the Y here, it's going to go basically scale out from the center. So I'm not going to have to worry too much about putting anything a little bit off kilter here. So now I can try and kind of fit this a little bit nicer equally. And actually, I think I maybe went too far. Right, just smack dab in the center there. So very quickly, that's been, cutting these little holes out. So now I can go ahead, just extrude them down on the Z here. And very quickly, that's really been blocking out our dial shape. So when I was saying earlier that we're going to be modeling off to the side, but also kind of compositing our asset together with our other pieces, what did I really mean by that? And so we're probably familiar with the idea of hitting Shift D to duplicate our mesh, right? And I can go ahead and edit this in any way I want, and it's going to be just how it is. But you might have also accidentally, as you're learning Blender, gone ahead and instead of Shift D, hit Alt D. And it looks very much the same, right? I've just added another object, it's dial 001. But if I go ahead into edit mode, well, it's going to go into edit mode for this guy here. And if I start to manipulate stuff, it's actually going to manipulate our initial mesh. So what is going on here? Well, Shift D is going to be to duplicate. Alt and D is going to be a linked duplicate. So essentially what we're doing is if we take a look, right, in our object properties here, this object is using the mesh data block circle.006. But we can see it has a 2 beside it, right? And that's going to represent how many objects in our project are using this mesh. So if I select this one here, you're going to notice too that even though object is dial, right? It's not dial 001. it's going to be using circle.006. So this is going to be using the same mesh information. So it can be very frustrating if you don't really know what's going on or what you did, but it's a very powerful tool to really be flexible in kind of the modeling and designing stage so that you don't have to go and like remake or model everything from the ground up. You can kind of use these linked duplicates to get many different objects drawing from the same mesh information. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit Alt-D to duplicate that linked duplicate. And let's go and move this back to the center. So again, I want to make sure I'm doing all of this in object mode, not edit mode, because edit mode is going to do both of our assets here. And I'm just going to move this and rotate this up over here. So it's going to be fitting in with the asset that we have. And so maybe right now it's going to be a little bit too big. So what I'll do is I'll just bring our cursor to selected, right? So it's going to be at the origin of our mesh here. And let's just change our pivot to be 3D cursor. So now in edit mode, I'm just going to scale it down a little bit, and it's not going to, fly off of its origin there. Now I'll go ahead and just move this in object mode, maybe rotate that, just so that it's going to be above our kind of cutoff line there. And I think that's looking pretty good. So now we can go ahead and select, either one of these and start defining our mean bevel weights here. If I go ahead and, select some edges here, right, you'll see that as I go ahead and bring this up, it's actually going to develop this for both of our pieces. Now I'll just go and bring that back down. However, we'll notice that if I go ahead and add a modifier onto one of these, like our subdivision surface, it's not actually going to update for both. So that's kind of where the fine line is going to be between these, is that modifiers are going to be more object specific. But if we're manipulating, edges and vertices and faces, that's more mesh specific. That's where we're going to be able to kind of manipulate these together. So I'm going to just quickly go ahead and put on our modifiers here, right? So our bevel and subdivision surface. And let's make sure that this is 0.01 with a limit method of weight. And I can very quickly go ahead, right? Because I think it's going to be a little bit easier to manipulate this mesh here, especially too if we have our reference in the background, so I can kind of get the silhouette. And instead of having to just set up these modifiers again on this mesh, what I can do is select the mesh that I want to add the modifiers to, select the mesh that I want to add the modifiers or extract the modifiers from, basically. And if I go ahead and hit Control L for making links, I can actually link the modifiers. So if I select that, you'll see that now this object has both those modifiers. So let's go and quickly edit our mesh here. Again, using these guiding background reference images here. And so it's going to be a pretty sharp fall off down at the bottom. And I think it's going to be actually, oh, I do have that selected. Okay, it was a little hard to see. I think pretty much all of these edges are going to be relatively the same. So let's go and select all these. And let's do, well, let's try 0.1. And yeah, I think that's going to be okay. It looks like it's going to be a little bit of a sharp drop or increase there. So let's do maybe, oh, what's 0.2 going to do? Yeah, that looks okay. And we can see that we're already going to get, kind of a nice gradual rise here. If I go ahead and maybe make this top piece 0.1, right? Very easily we've gone ahead and we didn't need to go and actually add, multiple levels of loop cuts to really get that, just because the subdivision surface modifier is going to take care of that. So that's looking pretty good. I want to come into our little pieces here, right? Really define that little jut there. Let's do 0.1 again. Help sharpen that out. And now I'm going to go ahead and probably do 0.1 for each one of these here. So let's go and select all of these edges and give them 0.1, sharpen those out. And now I'm going to go into face select mode. and just quickly go ahead and select all of these faces, right? Because I'm just really actually selecting them for their edges, but it's easier to go ahead and select the faces and do 0.1 so that those are nice and sharpened out as well. And so that's looking pretty good. I'm going to go and shade that smooth. And that's going to update everything over here on this guy, and I didn't even have to bother looking at it. And so once we're satisfied with kind of the position and the scale and the size of everything, right, we can go ahead and just very easily hide this guy here. And really, that's going to pretty much conclude the modeling portion of our phone asset. So I just wanted to take this brief introduction as a moment to really introduce you to the idea of flattening your UV shells and kind of two different ways that we can go about doing it as we're going to be using in this video. So I've got just these two kind of like cylinder barrel looking things, and they're both UV unwrapped using this very similar seam orientation, right? We've got the tops and the bottoms seamed off, and then we've got this seam down the center. And so the first barrel here, let's take a look, right? We can see that if I just come in here and turn on our display, we're going to have this pretty much straight run of faces, but it's going to be kind of rounded out at the sides, right? And that's just going to be how Blender is going to unwrap this. So I had us download and install the Text Tools add-on, which is going to provide a ton of different tools for us to use for pretty much exactly this purpose. And so the major tool we're going to be looking at is going to be this Rectify tool. So if I go ahead and just turn on Island Select there and select this UV shell and hit Rectify, you can see it's going to straighten everything out, right? If I just Control Z and Rectify again, and it's going to actually have it so that we've just pretty much flattened everything as best as we can. And this is going to be ideal for UVs. However, sometimes we aren't going to be able to really use this Rectify, and it's going to give us some weird kind of distorted and skewed data. So another way that we can do it, and it's pretty much like a guaranteed success if we're going to be manipulating, right, stretches kind of like this that are using only quad topology. And this is going to be the Blender built-in kind of default way, but it's a little bit hidden, and that's why I generally tend to use the text tools. But when you're in a pinch, I just want to show you another way that you can do it. So let's come into this stretch here, and I'm going to select just pretty much any edge. And I'm going to want to straighten everything out so that all of these angles are going to be 90 degrees. So I'm just going to hit W on my keyboard and go down to Auto Align. So it's going to pretty much align it to whatever axes it is appearing to be closest on, so that I'm going to get just this 90-degree rectangle here. So I'm going to go into Face Select mode and select this face. And now again, I'm going to hit W, and I'm going to come up to Follow Active Quads. Again, I have to make sure that that face that I've gone ahead and straightened out is selected, so that when I hit Follow Active Quads, it's also going to do pretty much the exact same thing that the Rectify is going to do in a couple more steps. But sometimes the Rectify tool, like I said, isn't going to work as expected, and chances are you're probably going to have to come in and just do it manually. So I just wanted to get that out of the way quick so that you know both techniques. And now let's get into the actual video. So now that we've got our asset pretty much completed model-wise, where do we go from here, right? Well, we're going to go ahead and need to unwrap it first so that we can try and clean up any of the UVs for when we want to go ahead and actually start to texture this so that we can maximize the actual resolution of the textures that we're going to be making. So in Blender, let's go up to our UV editing workspace. And this is going to take us over to, well, it's really the same thing, but it's just kind of split into a bit of a different view. And this is going to allow us to much more easily start to develop some of our UVs here. So let's take a look at the asset that we had just gone ahead and finished in the previous video. And I want to start by setting up a material that's going to help us see and visualize our UVs both in 2D space and 3D space. Let's go into our materials and create a new material, and I'm just going to call this candlestick, and we're going to give it a color image. So this is just going to be a temporary thing to help us really define some good texel density. So let's go and create an image texture, and create a new image texture. So this is going to be a generated image texture that Blender's going to do for us. And I'm going to call this Texel Density here. Again, name doesn't really matter. And let's go ahead and make this a 2048 map, both width and height. Now we're not going to need an alpha channel, right? We're not using this texture for anything other than just visualizing on our asset. And this is really the most important option here, is that we need to make sure that the generated type is not blank, but instead it's either UV grid or color grid. And I generally tend to work with color grid. So let's go ahead and hit OK. And in my 2D view here, I'm going to click this browser here, and you can see we have our Texel Density image. And you're probably, at least somewhat familiar with this. You might have seen this particular texture before somewhere online, or you've used it yourself. Why this is really good is it's giving us a bunch of different, really unique aspects, right? We've got letters and numbers, which are going to give us both, a sense of location on this sheet, as well as a sense of orientation, right? Because we can't, read these upside down and it still be the same thing, right? So that's going to help us when we're actually looking at this on our assets. Now let's come up to our shading properties here. And I want to change the color from material to be texture. And now you can see it's going to be this kind of like purpley, pinkish color. And it's not showing up anything over here. And why is that? Well, if I go and select this guy here, and I select all the faces, you maybe noticed, probably not though, that we actually have a really small vertice down here, or vertex down here. And that's actually going to be, if I just go into that view there, the entire UV unwrap for this entire model. So it's not actually unwrapped properly, and that's what we're going to be doing in this video. Now we could go ahead and unwrap this, in its current state as it is, but because of some of the modifiers like the bevel modifier, if we go ahead and unwrap it, we're not going to get as fine control over where the seams are actually being placed. Because if we just kind of come back to our modifiers here, right? And if we take a look at the geometry, if I go ahead and go into edge select here, if I go ahead and add a seam line, right, to this edge, well, it's actually going to go ahead and, seam both of these here. And then we've gone ahead and actually, subdivided that. So it gets kind of like a cascading or snowballing effect where we do one thing and then it kind of quickly spirals a little bit out of control. So unfortunately, this is going to be a time where we might want to go ahead and make backup copies of this. And that's actually what I'll do, is under mesh, create a new collection and just call this backup. And I'm going to quickly just select all of these and hit Shift and D to duplicate them, and then move them into our backup collection. And then we can just quickly turn this off. It's just a little bit of extra insurance, really, so that, in case we accidentally goof up something, we do have backup copies. So now that we've got those backup copies, let's go ahead and select our meshes. And I'm going to select all of them. And I'm going to hit Control A. And we're going to do visual geometry to mesh. So we're just basically going to convert everything to a mesh and remove all of the, well, not remove, but actually apply all of the modifiers. So I'll go ahead and select that. And you can see now that we don't have any modifiers on any of these pieces. And if I go into edit mode, right, we're still going to get those bevel weights. I can actually go ahead and just remove those because we don't actually need them anymore, right? We don't have a modifier. And we're actually going to be able to manipulate the mesh data. So I've gone ahead and hidden everything else. And let's go and actually start defining some seam lines for this mesh. So probably the easiest place to start, I'm going to say, is right at the back here, because you're never really going to see this piece. So we can go ahead and select one of those edge loops there and mark that seam. And let's just select everything and hit unwrap, so that now we're going to be able to start seeing some of this texture actually over top now that it's been unwrapped. And so if we take a look, right, I'll go ahead into island select here, right, and move this around. You're going to notice that it's relatively straight looking, right? It's nice and clean, whereas here's a little bit kind of like warpy and wavy, and we're going to fix that in a minute. But you'll notice that our text is actually backwards. And so what is going on here? Well, if I go into our 3D view and turn on face orientation again, right, we're going to get all of this as being red, which means technically this is facing the wrong way. Our normals or our faces are facing inwards. So I'm going to quickly select everything and hit Shift N to go ahead and flip that so that now everything is going to be blue and we should be good to go. However, it didn't actually flip our UVs, right? They're still backwards. So I can go ahead and just hit U to unwrap this again. And that's going to quickly just unwrap everything. And now we can see that that's actually the correct direction. So I'm going to go ahead and also try and kind of cut off some of these bands here. So I'm going to go and maybe just try and select the center ring there or the center loop. Again, the center loop there and mark seam. And we're also going to want to maybe come over to this edge, if I can select that, right? Because it's going to be a nice sharp edge. So we're going to probably want to unwrap that and mark that. Now with what I've already unwrapped, if we go ahead and take a look, right, it's going to be just like this band around our asset. So how do we actually go ahead and like cut that open, right? Because if we were to try and flatten this, it's really going to be pretty difficult because it doesn't really have a natural breaking point to actually split this piece up and, flatten it out. So again, we're going to need to go ahead and do that. So I'm going to select this edge down here, again, right down the center. And I'm going to do that shortest path selection. Again, remember, holding down Control and selecting, right? It's going to basically create a line or the shortest path to that selection. But we can actually go ahead and change it from just selecting to being tagging seams. Now you can see that that's actually tagged seams. So if I go ahead now, and I'm going to do the same thing pretty much all the way straight down here. So I'll select that piece up there and hold down Control and select, and it's going to tag all of that as a seam. So let's go ahead and unwrap this one more time, right? And now we're getting these long strips unwrapped for us. And that's going to be a lot better once we go ahead and actually start straightening these out. And actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and do that right now. So I'll select everything and I'll hit N on my keyboard to come into our side panel. And let's navigate down to the text tools option that we've seen. So I'm going to select UV layout. And the one that I want to use is going to be this rectify button. Now, if I go ahead and select, one of these pieces here, right? I don't really want this to be really curvy. One, because that's going to make laying out my UVs a lot tougher. And two, it's going to make actually trying to get, like wood grain running along this much more difficult, right? Because you can see, now which one was it again? This bottom piece, right? If I want wood grain to kind of run along the strip here, well, I'd have to somehow texture the wood grain basically running in this direction, and that's just going to be way too difficult. So with this selected, what I can do is hit rectify, and that's going to straighten it out for me now. So now you can see that the UVs are actually running in that correct direction, and I can go ahead and pretty much do this for most other strips that we're going to want to use. Now, you're going to have to be a little bit cognizant of the fact that if there's any triangles that you've developed in these, runs of geometry, it's not going to be able to really flatten those out the best. So just make sure that you're aware of those. And now we're going to notice too that these strips are pretty big, right? To be able to encapsulate the entire UV shell, they're going to fit pretty much the entire run of our texture set. So what we can do is actually break these kind of in half here. So I'm going to come to the other side up top, and let's kind of do the exact same thing. So I'll select those pieces there and now unwrap everything. And again, it's going to kind of undo the work we just did, but now I'm going to be able to much better fit these pieces in and make them bigger so that we're going to have more texture resolution or texel density. So I'm going to come in and just quickly finish off these remaining pieces. So I'm going to want to separate this band, probably have an edge loop here. And let's go and find, again, very, very dense in here, just a good edge loop there so that we can separate these two kind of pieces. And I'll mark that as a seam. And now I want to make sure that I'm taking care of each one of these dials. So I'm going to go ahead and just quickly select the edge loops on all of the edges here. And let's go ahead and mark those as seams. And then I'm also going to want to break up these dial pieces into further unwraps because again, it's going to be a little bit difficult to really unwrap, so like a 90-degree bend. And then how do we unwrap, these faces here? So I'm going to go and select this there. And we can go ahead and unwrap those. And finally, I want to be able to unwrap the sides here because we're going to have the same kind of conundrum that we had down here where they're not really going to know how to unwrap properly. So I'm just going to select basically a strip there. And I'm going to do this pretty much in the interior facing edge for each one of these. So as it's going to be facing towards our center here, let's go ahead and select those edge loops. Awesome. So I think that's going to really conclude it for the unwrap. Again, let's go ahead and unwrap this all, entire piece. Unfortunately, it's going to, redo the unwraps that we had kind of rectified. But again, it's pretty easy to go ahead and just fix those. I also want to come down and actually clean up these ones here as well, which are going to be these interior pieces. And we can see that this one maybe kind of had a bit of a spaz out here. So let's go and just scale that back down on the Y a little bit to try and fit kind of the average height of our other pieces. And I think that's going to be a pretty good unwrap for this guy here. And now that we've gone ahead and completed the dial, we're going to need to go and apply this material to the rest of our items so that we're able to see it as we're unwrapping. And you might have noticed that when we went ahead and linked the modifiers for the dial, there was actually an option to link the materials as well. So I'm going to select all these pieces, again, making sure that the item that has the thing basically I want to extract being our active selection. And I'll hit Control L and let's select materials. And now all of these items are going to be using, if we take a look, that candlestick material. So now let's go a little bit more in depth with unwrapping these three pieces here. So I'm going to start with the cord. And if we take a look, because the cord was a curve object, right? It's actually going to be already unwrapped, but it's going to be unwrapped pretty terribly. So the first thing I want to do is I want to make sure that we can actually like peel this open, right? As just one long strip. So I'm going to try and find an area that's not really visible. Maybe like this interior edge here, right? You can see it's really not, especially from the front, it's not super visible. So let's go and mark that seam and unwrap this. So now we're going to get one really long strip here, and that's a little bit more agreeable. But again, just like our, strips down here, I don't want it to be just like one super long piece, right? Because that's really going to limit the amount of texture resolution that we're going to be able to give this specific shell. So we're kind of, in a sense, limiting our potential for this. So what we can do is go ahead and try and find like a center edge loop here, maybe around there, and mark that. So that now if I go ahead and unwrap this, right, you can see that we're going to get a little bit smaller information, which means it's going to be actually higher resolution. And now I can go ahead, say I want to rotate this, right? And actually I could probably do a little bit better here. So let's go and actually just remove, if I come back in close here, let's clear that seam and actually move this down a couple. So let's try, mark that seam there and unwrap that. Right, so that they're going to be kind of equal in size there. So now I can, bump these up just a little bit more and make those a little bit bigger on our UV island. Now we're going to be taking a look more in depth in the next video, but just be aware that sometimes it's nice to actually break up these longer stretches to make it easier to, one, fit into your UV texture set and to actually give you more texture resolution. Next, let's go ahead and take a look at our earpiece, and it's actually going to be very similar to, one, it's very similar to the dial, but also very similar to the body. So a lot of what we're going to do here is going to be very transferable over to this piece. So I'm going to just hide everything because we don't really need that to be in the way. And Well, actually, let's go ahead and get rid of those mean bevel weight, colors there. We don't really need them anymore. And I'm going to start at the bottom. So this is going to be a pretty much flat face. So I can very easily just select an edge there and mark that. So that when we go ahead and unwrap it, right, it's going to be just a flat circular piece. Now, the rest of it is not as necessarily straightforward, but it's certainly not difficult. As you can see, right, we're going to need to do a little bit more iterating on our unwraps. So another piece that I'm going to want to try and separate is probably here, because it's a bit of a, if we take a look, right? Actually, maybe I'll select that one there. It's going to be a bit of like a 90-degree turn, and any real 90 degrees, you're going to really want to try and unwrap because it's going to be hard to actually flatten that out. So we can mark the seam there. Again, let's go up here to maybe this sharper edge and mark those. And now again, right, we're going to run into this issue where it's not going to really know how to actually unwrap this piece. If we take a look, I believe it's this one here. Yeah, there we go. Right, like what is going on here, right? It's doing its best, but we're actually going to need to provide a cut so that we can go ahead and straighten this out. So I am going to go on to the right side because if we recall, right, with the rest of our assets, this hanging down is going to be right beside our body. So we're not really going to see the right side all too well. So I'm going to select this piece down the center and unwrap that. So that now, right, this piece is a little bit more agreeable. We can kind of get a semblance of directionality with it. And we'll go ahead and rectify that, but after I've already unwrapped everything else so that I'm not rectifying and re-rectifying, 3 or 4 times. I'm actually going to do pretty much the same exact thing we just did with this centerpiece here, right? Because I'm going to set a boundary up here. And then I'm going to want to actually create a seam line here so that this is going to be able to basically peel out around and flatten out. So let's go and select this right here, again on the right side, because it's not going to be the most visible. And control select all the way up there. Make sure I got a nice straight run there. And let's unwrap that. So we can see we're going to get this large center piece, right? And again, when we rectify it, it's going to be more straightened out so that our UVs aren't kind of coming to this weird angle. And let's actually probably continue this segment here all the way up and kind of right in this kink there. Actually, let's go one more. So I'll mark that seam. Let's take a look at this unwrap here. Again, right, getting a pretty straightened UV there so that we're going to be free of any distortions. So this area is going to be really not that complex because I can kind of see a couple areas that I want to unwrap. I'm probably going to want to continue this line up here, right? Because again, we're getting a very similar tube-like shape for that piece. And then I'm going to want to seam it across this top edge. So let's just keep going here. Again, we're going to have a pretty harsh 90-degree here and a 90-degree here. Let's go ahead and block those out as well. And again, for this piece that's, kind of like vertical, this mini strip right here, we're going to want to make sure that we can unwrap that a little cleaner. But for like these ones, right, the ones that are very just flat and straight down, those ones are going to be easy to unwrap because they're going to be pretty much just displayed as they are in 3D. So those ones aren't too hard. And again, working with UVs is a little bit confusing sometimes. It's really going to come down to just the more you practice, the more you unwrap and start to understand how certain faces are going to be unwrapped, you'll start to build that confidence. And so I'm going to probably want to unwrap this piece here because I don't want it to, again, flat face going right up into a 90-degree here. It's going to be a little bit awkward. Probably get these edges here. And again, I'm probably, because this is more of a vertical stretch, right? It's going to have a hard time flattening that out. Let's go and just unwrap that there. Making sure, yep. Always a little tricky to get to, the smaller faces. And then this interior here is again going to be just another tube. So we can really kind of unwrap it however we want because you're never going to see this. But I'm going to go ahead just for, cleanliness sake in our UV set here and just mark that off so that it's going to just kind of peel open as one flat, straight face. So that's a lot of talking and a lot of seaming, but not a lot of unwrapping. So let's go ahead and just select these here and unwrap it. And we're just going to want to make sure that we're going to be straightening out any of these longer pieces. So we're going to get something that's a little bit more agreeable, one to our eyes, and two to kind of just the UV space. Now looking at our holder piece here, we'll notice that it's not actually displaying the textures, even though it does have the candlestick material applied to it. And we might think initially that's like a bug or an error, but it's just because this isn't actually unwrapped whatsoever. And that's going to be because of the modifiers that we were using, right? Because initially this was actually just 8 vertices. So you can't really unwrap vertices if there's no faces, right? So now if I go ahead and select it all and hit U, now we're going to be able to actually get the texture showing up, albeit really, really, really tiny. So, I mean, that's going to be like fantastic resolution, but, it's going to be the entire texture basically repeating over and over and over again. So not exactly what we're going to want. And this one might be a little bit complex to really conceptualize how we'd want to unwrap this, but it's actually a pretty easy unwrap. So the first thing I want to do is I want to just kind of take these end caps here, and let's go ahead and seam those off. So if we take a look, right, they're going to be some pretty good resolution caps. Very easy to go ahead and just kind of unwrap and peel off. But how are we going to go ahead and do, like this body here? And realistically, the way that I'm going to do it is I'm simply just going to select an edge loop that runs around the entire piece and basically separate this as a top half and a bottom half, because it's going to be very easy to kind of just flatten out. Now I want to make sure that I'm not selecting, into our other UV shells here. We'll go and deselect those. And let's go ahead and mark the seam. And actually, I do want to come back here as well. And let's just go and actually get rid of those couple vertices. And I'll just scale those out on 0 on the X there. So that now if I go ahead and unwrap this, we're going to get these two nice and clean unwraps, right top and bottom half, for a pretty awkward, I gotta say, mesh. Now let's take a look at our speaker up here. So I'm going to just isolate these, and let's start with the actual speaker itself. So I'm going to get rid of our mean bevel weights again, and let's go and select that cavity right down there and mark that off, right, so that we're going to get a nice, clean, and flat unwrap. And again, I'm going to try and find, let's select the interior and exterior. Oh, I don't think I quite got it. Yep. There we go. Edges there. Mark those seams. And again, we're going to want to try and find kind of a good area for us to unwrap basically the exterior and the interior face here. Because again, you can see we're going to have a hard time really unwrapping this properly. And I think I'm going to do it from actually straight on because, right, if we take a look, this would technically be rotated. If I go and, I guess I'll do it in edit mode here, rotated kind of like that, right? So you wouldn't really see the bottom quite as much. So let's go and select this edge loop right here, making sure we're not going to, separate it up here. I'm pretty happy with it being like it is, and making sure we're not separating that flat face down there, so that if I go and unwrap this, we're going to have nice two clean pieces there, the interior and this top ring. So we can go ahead and rectify these, flatten them out, and that's looking pretty good. So let's go and move on now. I'll go and hide that. And let's do our head here. So pretty easily, I can identify this as a UV shell here, a UV shell here, and then we're probably going to separate a UV shell here and then a big one, right, for the large face here. So we'll go and select these edges and seam those off. I'm going to select, let's do, oh man, it's always eeny, meeny, miny, mo between these ones because it's never really a clear-cut decision. I'm going to go with the taller one there. Whoop, and I hit the wrong key. Mark that seam. And again, I'm going to go from straight on because again, if it's going to be tilted, we're going to have a harder time kind of seeing these seam lines here. So that's okay. Now I want to make sure that I'm going to define a large UV space for here. So I'm going to select this edge. Again, coming down to these more 90-degree edges. And I'm probably going to want to, again, just kind of cut this down the center. Let's go ahead and just unwrap this as it is and give it a quick boo. So this is going to be our exterior there. And again, it's looking pretty good straight on. I think we're going to be able to go ahead and, rectify the interior, rectify this little exterior piece there. And I'm actually going to go ahead and just leave this all as one large piece because trying to break up like cylindrical or rounded items is honestly quite a bit, it's a bit difficult. And in an instance like this, where it's going to be kind of just like one large metal piece with some roughness, it's probably going to look the best if we just go ahead and leave it as it is. So the remaining pieces of this asset are going to be pretty much exactly the same techniques that we have seen previously on the other assets. So I want to challenge you a little bit. Go ahead and actually try and do it yourself. Now, again, you can watch the time lapse that we're going to be going through because I want to be as transparent, like I said, about everything we're doing. But the best way to really get comfortable with these is really just kind of getting into the mess of it and playing around with where you can add seams, how it's going to unwrap, and trying to do the rectify or follow active quads tool sets. Now do what you can to make sure that these are as flattened out as possible, as that's going to really help us along the way when we go ahead and start to actually lay out these UVs in the next video. Because of the hard surface nature of all of these assets, I don't anticipate you running into a lot of issues, and for now don't really worry about the actual layout of your UVs or how much resolution that they're getting. Like I said, we're going to be looking at that in more specifics in the next video, but really just focus on getting them, one, unwrapped, and two, making sure that there's as few distortions or weird angles as possible. So with that out of the way, if you're comfortable enough to move on, I'll see you in the next video. If not, stick around and watch as I work through the rest of these pieces. In this video, we're going to take a look at actually developing the UV layout now after we've gone ahead and flattened everything out and done some pretty clean unwraps for our models. So the way that I like to start my UV layout is I really try and find kind of the biggest area or piece of the model that I'm working on. And in this case, I think it's going to be probably the body here, just because of, how big, the centerpiece is, as well as the base. And I want to use this as kind of the guiding factor for really the texel density of this asset. So I'm going to go into edit mode, and we can see, right, that we've gone ahead and flattened out all of those, rounder pieces, right, that were maybe a little bit difficult to go ahead and like add the wood grain to and all that. But the layout is not, it's not ideal, one. And two, I want to make sure that even though we've gone ahead and flattened everything, that we're actually hitting consistent texel density even across these pieces here. So maybe I'll come just towards the back side here. So with everything selected, I'm going to go up to UV, and I'm going to average the island's scale. So it's just going to try and do its best to average everything out, make sure that it's hitting proper texel densities. And you can see stuff moved a little bit, but really not too much, so we had it pretty well in a good spot. I'm also going to go ahead with all these and go back under UV, and I'm just going to pack these islands so that they're going to now be packed to try and reach the full extent of this UV texture sheet, while making sure that it's also hitting appropriate texel density as well, right? So we can see that realistically there shouldn't be any real texel density mismatch necessarily across any of these faces. And so that's all stuff that's built into Blender by default. So let's go ahead now and use the Text Tools add-on. And you're going to notice that down around here, we're going to have this little ruler with what looks to be like pixels or texels. And so I can go ahead and with all of these islands selected, I'm actually going to get their texel density or their texel size. And we'll see that it's about 595 pixels per 1 unit here. So what I can do now is I'm going to come out of edit mode, select everything, and you'll notice now that when I have everything selected, I'm going to be able to select apply. And when I click this, it's going to apply that texel density across all of our meshes here. And it might take a second just because of how dense our pieces are. But now you can see that they're all looking relatively consistent and we're not getting any weird kind of mismatch. So that's going to be a pretty good and important first step, is just making sure that we're adhering to a consistent resolution. But if I go into edit mode, right, and select everything, that's not going to be the most desirable unwrap, right? So let's go ahead and repack this now with everything at a consistent resolution. So I'll select it all. Come back up to UV and pack islands. And now it's going to pack it into a more appropriate UV space. Although we're going to notice that we're getting a lot of gaps. And why exactly is that? Well, it kind of has to do a little bit with what I was explaining earlier, specifically with our chord piece here, is that we're getting this really, really big piece and it doesn't really know how to unwrap that very well. So what I'm going to do is just with that selected, hit Control and I to select everything else. And we're just going to repack it and kind of ignore this piece here. And we'll go in and manually fit that in later. So I'll come back up to UV and pack it. Right, and you can see that's going to be a lot better. If I just Control Z, right? A little bit larger information, so not as higher resolution. And repack, it's a little bit nicer. So this is going to be more agreeable, I find, with our texel density. And so now I can go ahead and just kind of move this off to the side. And we'll notice that it's going to be this strip down here, right? So if I start to move this around, because it's really small, we aren't really going to have to worry about it too much. Now, what we could do is alternatively come to the back here, add another seam, and then break it up that way. But I don't really see a reason why we would need to. And instead, what I can do is actually just go and kind of manually scale it up here. So I'm going to come up to our overlays and turn on display stretch. And I'm actually going to change this to be area. And I'm going to change my outline actually to be black. It's just a little bit easier to see here. And we'll notice, right, if I zoom in really close, it's a little tough to see. We're actually getting this piece as being kind of like this weird, like greenish color. And as I scale it down, right, it's actually getting farther away from that kind of nice blue that we can see the rest of these being. And that's because blue is going to indicate shells that are kind of hitting that consistent or averaged resolution. And the farther away we get from that blue color, it's going to mean that we're not hitting the appropriate resolution target. So as we know, right, we're going to actually need to scale this up to really match what we have going on for the rest of our asset here. Let's go ahead, just scale this up, and I'll have to come in a little bit. Actually, what I can probably do, let's just turn that, yeah, there we go, turn that down. So I can just look at the color itself. And actually, maybe it looks like I had passed a resolution there. So we're going to want to try and find that dark blue. Now I want to make sure again that it's going to be within our UV sheet there. And that's not looking too bad. Now we're going to notice that even though we're getting, a relatively decent enough pack, we're going to have a lot of empty space because a lot of our mesh and our asset here is actually circular shapes. And we kind of struck out on this one a little bit just because of how many circular pieces there really are. And circles are going to make your UVing life a lot tougher, right? We're generally going to want to try and tend to make them rectangular or square just because it fits much nicer in the 0 to 1 space of a texture sheet. So what we can do to try and help maximize the amount of space we're taking up is we can go ahead and just start to go and move some of these pieces into some of these holes here. So I'm going to quickly just kind of zoom through this and show you that we're going to be able to actually save on a lot of space just by doing that. So now let me try and explain exactly what I was doing throughout this time lapse. So I wanted to go ahead and kind of consolidate a lot of these UVs into a lot of that empty and kind of wasted space that we had within a lot of these circular objects. Now, I definitely could have gone in a little bit more to really maximize the space, but I felt like it's probably at a good enough state that we can continue on. As well, you might notice that I've gone ahead and actually added a little bit of a buffer zone. So when I try and work, what I want to do is I want to try and add basically a little bit of equal distance or like a margin or padding from my UV shells to the top and the right side. Because now what I can do is with everything selected, if I come up to our pivot and change it to 2D cursor, making sure that our cursor's in the bottom left. Again, if yours isn't, you can come down to view and just center it out here. And I can go ahead and now scale everything up to really try and fit a bit of a tighter texel density. And again, increasing the resolution of each item here. And so it looks like maybe I can go ahead and actually just put these in a little bit more snugly. And maybe I'll bring this one over here. And maybe let's try, it's going to be pretty tight, but I think I can bring this in just a little bit more. Awesome. So again, just try and bring it up towards the top there, making sure that we're not going to cut off any of our UVs. Again, I want to make sure, yeah, we've got a good margin down there. And all in all, we're getting a pretty good layout for our UV sheet here. So now that we have, a pretty decent layout and texel density for our asset, let's go ahead and take a look at a few more important factors, such as directionality. Now, you may or may not have touched UVs and maybe texturing quite in depth. And fortunately now with the technology that we have, right, with applications like Substance Painter, it's actually made texturing really simple compared to how it used to be. That being said, there isn't really much of a greater feeling than just being able to drag and drop a material onto your asset, and all of the texture information is going to go right into the correct direction. So areas that we're going to have to really be cognizant of this is mostly just going to be the wood and the dial, right? Because if we're going to be texturing our numbers on these dials, well, you can already see that we're getting a kind of a mishmash of different directions and rotations for these pieces. And you might have noticed that I did try and make a bit of a conscious effort to kind of put all of those in the same area. So I can go ahead and very quickly, right? If we take a look here, right, use some of the texture that we are using underneath of our UVs to really help guide us in terms of the directionality of these UV shells. So let's go ahead and just quickly orient these in a much more agreeable manner for when we want to go ahead and actually start texturing these. So I'm going to just go ahead, and I think that's going to be, yeah, that one right there. And making sure that we're using, the letters or the numbers underneath to give us a better indication as to how are these actually oriented. And now once you're satisfied with that, I also want to make sure that we're going to at least try and properly orient the rest of the dial here, just because it's really not much extra effort for us now. And in case we wanted to go ahead and maybe add, like some text or something like that to this, we're not going to have to try and manipulate our UV set or, try and rotate things around. It's just going to be pretty much straight left to right, top to bottom. So I believe, yep, so we've got our, very visible dial here. So I can go ahead and rotate this to get something a little bit nicer. Actually, what I'll do is maybe go into front orthographic there. So that's looking pretty good. And finally for the wood grain, now because most of these are pretty much flattened out and facing in the same direction, I don't think I'm really going to have to worry about it. And we're just going to have to note, right, that for a piece like this where I want the wood to maybe run like this, we're going to be able to use kind of the text as an indication, right? So say that we have the wood grain running vertically on our material for, whichever one we decide to choose. Well, that's going to run perfectly here. And if we take a look, right, for pieces like here and here, that's also going to run in the correct direction, because if we're following the orientation of the text, the wood grain is going to run from top to bottom. So in this case, it's going to run from left to right and kind of like around these bands here. So that's something to be aware of as well when we're going around our asset, is just to understand how we can use these UV texel density, checker maps or generated maps to really give us a clear indication as to how our textures are actually going to show up once we get into Substance Painter. So I'm going to declare the modeling and the unwrapping part of this series done. And now it's time to move on to actually setting this up to be textured in Substance Painter. And in order for us to do that, we're going to have to export it. And this is going to be a pretty important video in the series, only because a lot of things can really go wrong in the export process that isn't going to really raise any red flags or anything for us. And it's really going to only be after it's too late that we're really going to notice some of the effects of issues that arose at the export process. And so the first one that I want to take a look at is one that we should be looking at really consistently throughout our modeling and our unwrapping. It's one we've actually already encountered, and that's going to be the face orientation. So I want to make sure that all of our model is going to be appearing as blue here, because I don't want any back faces to be kind of, flipped around. That's really going to mess with some of the baking as well as the display or the shading of our asset once we get into texturing and once we, bring it into a game engine or something. So far it's looking pretty good. So I'm going to be satisfied there. The next one I want to take a look at is going to be the scale. So if I go ahead and click on some of these, we're going to see that we have a scale of 1, 1, and 1. And we want to make sure that the scale is going to be uniformly set to 1 for each one of these pieces, because, sometimes if we want to go ahead and bring this in somewhere else and maybe like import it into a render engine or a game engine and the scale is set to something really bizarre, that's going to cause us some issues as well. So it looks like everything is at a scale of 1, so I'm going to be satisfied there. However, if it wasn't, what you can do is just select the piece or select everything that you have in your scene here. Hit Control and A to bring up the Apply menu, and you can just go and apply its scale. Now, this is also going to bring up the next thing that I wanted to discuss, is that we actually have a multi-user object. And maybe is a little intimidating or confusing, but if we recall, right, mesh circle.006, well, that's just going to be our dial here because we're still using a linked duplicate. Now, at this point, I think we're kind of past the point where we're going to really be concerned with, modeling and working with linked duplicates. So what we can do is just go ahead, click this little 2, and now this is its own separate mesh entity. And now finally, I want to give you a pretty important piece of advice that you're probably going to want to adhere to for pretty much every export you're going to do from here on out. And that's going to be the fact that I want to triangulate my assets here. And yes, I know triangulation can be kind of scary, right? And certainly working in triangles is maybe not the most agreeable experience, but Blender makes it actually very easy and very quick. So I can actually come to one of my assets here and go into my modifiers, and I can come down under Generate to Triangulate, and you can see that really nothing's happened, right? If I go into Edit mode here, we're still working in quads, but if I go into Wireframe, you can see that it's actually using triangles. So this is going to be pretty important, really for kind of reasons that might seemingly be unknown, but a lot of the time when we're working in a modeling application, technically we are working in triangles, it's just behind the scenes. So when we go ahead and export our objects into another render engine like Substance Painter or Unity or Unreal, it's going to take our non-triangulated mesh and it's already going to automatically triangulate it however it wants to be triangulated. The problem is that if we go ahead and declare in Blender it's triangulated one way, right? Not explicitly declaring that, but Blender's just saying that, it's going to display normals and textures one certain way. But if we then bring that into a different application, it's going to slice these faces up in its own particular pattern, and it might actually display our textures and normals a little bit differently. So that's one reason why we want to explicitly declare the triangulation of our assets here. And like I said, Blender makes it really easy because I can turn this on or off at a whim. I can go ahead and change, maybe the pattern. And I like to set this to fixed. It's the fastest and the most, straightforward because it's a fixed direction. And as long as I never actually apply this modifier, I'm still free to go ahead and work in quads here. If I can come back to our traditional view. So that's really, really powerful. So what I'm going to do is select everything, again, making sure that our modifier is all set up, and this is our active selection, and I'll hit Control and L to go ahead and link modifiers. So now we can see that everything is going to be triangulated, but again, it doesn't look any different. And the only real problem we would get that would arise from this is if we accidentally go ahead and apply this modifier. So make sure that above all else, you do not apply this modifier unless you intend to. So once we're satisfied with all of our checklist and we've got it to a point where we think we're okay to export, let's go ahead and select all of our pieces. I'm going to hit F4 and under export, go down to FBX. And that's the file format that I'm going to choose to export as. So I'm going to go and export this into our meshes folder. So you'll be able to find that in our resources package. And let's go and just call this candlestick phone. And so we're going to have to identify a couple parameters here. So I want to limit this selection to only selected objects, so we're not exporting anything else. I'm going to select only mesh because these are just going to be mesh objects as denoted by this triangle here. For our transform and our scaling and everything, that's going to be okay by default. So I'm just going to go ahead and leave that. But I want to make sure that under geometry, we're also going to apply modifiers. And it's important to note that it's actually only going to apply modifiers on export if the modifier actually is visible in the viewport. So that's something to be aware of. If it's just got the render on, but we've actually checked our real-time display off, it's not going to apply it. So make sure that you can view this triangulate modifier in your 3D view. So beyond that, I'm going to be pretty satisfied with this. We don't need to worry about armature. We don't have any animation, but I'll just uncheck it anyways. And we can go ahead and export this. So before we go ahead and start texturing this, we're going to need to actually get it into our Substance Painter project. So I'm going to go up to File and create a new project here. And we're going to be greeted with this panel. And you've likely seen this before if you've worked with Substance Painter. So the first thing we're going to need to select is going to be the actual mesh file itself. So I'll click Select. And I'm going to navigate to where we've saved that FBX file in the previous video, and we can go ahead and select it. So now we're going to be given the options to set the document resolution, and that's just going to be the texture size that we're working in. So I want to work in 2K. So let's do 2048. And because the goal after we're done texturing is to go back and render this in Blender, I want to make sure that the normal map format is OpenGL because that's the format that Blender is going to use. So the rest of that is looking good, and I'm not going to really need to play around with that. And we can go ahead and just hit OK. And this should bring in our mesh here. So once we've got this all in and it's looking pretty good, there's one more kind of preliminary setup stage that I want to do before we get to texturing, and that's going to be baking mesh maps. And the reason that is that we have a lot of surface information from this asset that I'm going to need to be able to tell Substance Painter how to use it. It's not going to just naturally know, and instead we need to go ahead and bake out these particular maps so that the software is going to know how to read them, and then we can go ahead and start playing with materials and smart materials and masks and stuff, but we'll need to go ahead and actually bake them out first. So I'm going to come up to Texture Set Settings. And again, if you can't find this in your project, you can just go up to Window, Views here, and Texture Set Settings should be at the bottom. So I'm going to scroll down here, and you can see that we're going to have this Mesh Maps option all the way at the bottom. And we're going to have just a bunch of different mesh maps we're going to be able to bake out. So I'm going to hit this Bake Mesh Maps button, and it's going to bring up this panel here for baking. And so this is a lot of information, just kind of like immediately presented to us. But let's focus our attention over on the left side here. So these are going to be all the different maps that we can go ahead and bake, but we're not going to need to bake all of them. Like I don't think I'm going to need thickness because we're not really doing any, subsurface scattering. I'm also not going to need an ID map because we didn't go ahead and actually provide our materials with any ID colors. So we're going to be creating masks within Substance Painter itself manually. However, the rest of them I'm going to go ahead and use because they're going to be pretty important for using some of the masks and the smart materials that we want to use. So now let's focus our attention kind of into this common parameters area. And you can see there's a lot of information, but most of it we're not really going to have to focus on. The first one I do want to take a look at is going to be the output size, right? So what the actual size of these mesh maps that it's baking are going to be. And I want to bake in the same resolution as our project is. So let's do a 2K texture. I also want to go ahead and make sure that we are using this low poly mesh as the high poly mesh. It's a bit of a confusing checkbox here because this is certainly not, an overly low poly mesh. But the idea is that we want to use this mesh to bake out mesh maps from, right? We're not actually using another separate high poly mesh to bake onto or bake away from. We're using this mesh itself. So I'm going to just select that there. And we're not going to be using any explicit cages or anything like that. We shouldn't have to really play around with these either. We should be good enough to get some clean bakes. But if we do need to, I'll go back and show you how to do that. I'm going to switch the anti-aliasing to just be 2x2. Now we don't really have any hardened edges, but it's going to help try and smooth some things out across maybe more of our like 90-degree bends and all that stuff. That's a little bit sharper. And I'm also going to set match to be by mesh name so that, not everything is going to be baking in together. And we're going to get kind of this weird kind of intersection with like our normal map bake and our curvature bake and all that kind of stuff. So with just those few parameters set up, we should be able and free and clear to go ahead and bake. So let's go and bake selected textures. And once that's gone ahead and baked, we can do, a once over twice. Take a look at our asset here. We can also come up to this little drop down panel and come all the way down to mesh maps so that we can actually go ahead and sift through our mesh maps to make sure that we're not going to get any kind of weird inconsistencies or like weird intersections. Again, you'll probably find this more so in either the normal or the ambient occlusion, but our AO is looking pretty good. And finally, let's take a look at our curvature. And again, all is looking pretty good. So in this video, let's kick off our materials. And I want to start by defining or at least blocking out the wood material that we're going to be able to see across, a lot of the body as well as our dial here. So first things first, let's go ahead and create a new folder, which I'm going to be pretty much housing all of the wood materials within. And we can go and call this wood. And I'm going to right click and I just want to give it a color. And I'm just going to give it red. Color doesn't really matter, but it's going to help us just very easily identify when we're starting to build a lot of these different materials, which area we're actually going to be working on. So now that I've got that set up, I'm going to go into materials and I'm going to use the wood walnut material. And I'll just drag and drop that into our wood here. And so the first thing I want to do is I want to go ahead and actually mask off the areas that I don't want to use this material on. So I'm going to put that on the wood group itself, the folder here, instead of just the actual layer. So I'll right click and add a black mask. And with our mask selected, I'm going to come over and select our polygon fill here. So that's going to put everything into wireframe. And we're going to have a couple of very simple properties for this tool. So we're going to have the color, right? And because we have a black mask, I'm going to want to use white. So I'm going to just basically define the areas that I want to show up. And now the fill mode is going to be a pretty useful tool as well. And we're probably mostly going to use either the mesh fill, which if I just go ahead and select, right, it's going to fill the entire mesh. Or if I go to the UV chunk fill or UV shell fill, you can see that as I select one piece on this mesh, it's only going to select, if I go into our split view here, that UV shell. So it's really going to depend on how you really want to access these. I'm probably just going to stick with the UV chunk fill here. So I can go ahead and quickly just select these UV shells, making sure I get the back as well. Make sure I can come in and select our bottom base here. Now, I don't want to select this middle piece, right? This is going to be kind of like a weird, rough plastic. But I am going to want to make sure that I select all of our base. And I'll just click and drag, actually. Select all those. And I think that's probably going to be pretty much it for our mask here. So I'm going to hit Alt and just select that. Make sure I'm not missing kind of any blatantly obvious areas. And I think that's going to be pretty good for our mask. So now that we have the mask all sorted out, we'll take a look and kind of notice that the directionality of the wood is not exactly how I wanted it. Remember, we want this to kind of go vertically here and kind of wrap around our base here and our dial over here. And fortunately, we've done a pretty good job, hopefully, of aligning the rotation of our shells so that all I have to do is select our wood walnut, come into its rotation, and let's just turn it 90 degrees. And now most of it should be going in the correct direction here. And we'll see that we're going to get some kind of like a little bit of waviness kind of in the top here, but I actually kind of like the look that it gives instead of just going around in a band. It's going to be totally up to you. And now while I'm in this material, I do want to kind of define a few block out pieces. So the first one is going to be its color. Now I've got a color just off screen here that I want to use. And if we take a look, and if I just hit Control Z, all I've done is just taken the saturation and the value and lifted it up a little bit. So we're still using the same hue. If you guys want to go ahead and maybe pause the video and then quickly select this color, if you want to work kind of, very similar to what I'm doing, I just want to brighten it up a little bit. I'm also going to go ahead and bring our roughness down to about 0.3. That's going to make everything just way glossier. So I'm going to start with a glossier surface first, and then we'll add roughness as we continue along. And finally, I think that the noisiness of these rings is a little too much. There's a lot of detail. So I'm going to bring the ring steps all the way down to around 2, honestly. And let's see, is 2 okay? Actually, you know what? I think 4 is going to be okay. I'm liking 4. So with our wood walnut material, kind of blocked out, let's go ahead and add some irregularities in the form of just like scratches and wear and tear. So I'm going to select this wood rough material, again in our just materials shelf there, and drag and drop this over top of our walnut. So it's going to give us this, kind of generic rough looking wood. So I want to make sure that it's oriented in the same direction as our wood walnut. So I'll make sure to rotate this 90 degrees, right, so that everything is kind of going in the same direction. I'm also going to go ahead and again just select a color off screen that I have. Make it a little bit brighter and a little bit more saturated because we're going to see it very, very slightly on our material. So I do want a little bit of color to come through on that. Now let's go ahead and right click on our wood rough and let's add a black mask. So I'm going to mask this off, and then I'm going to use some custom masks to actually have it kind of peek through and add some of that scratch information. So let's go ahead and right click on our black mask here, and I'm going to add a fill layer. And so this is really cool is that, like there's this layer for the actual information and then a layer for masks, and we can build upon and iterate on these mask layers, which is really, really sweet. So what I want to do is just use a pretty generic scratches texture for this mask. So I'll select grayscale here, and it's going to give us a bunch of different options if we, keep scrolling down. But I'm going to go and search for grunge scratches, And it's going to be this one right here, where it's the grunge scratch generator. And I'll go ahead and select that. And you can see we're going to get these scratches all over our material here. And if I just Alt and left click, we can see what it's doing. It's actually going to go across our entire asset, right? Across our entire texture sheet here. But because we've masked it off, right, it's only actually going to show up in our wood areas. Now in our wood rough layer here, I actually want to go ahead and make sure that it's going to affect not only the roughness, as we can see right here, right? We can play around with the roughness of it, but I also want to make sure that we've got our height enabled here. And if I go under technical parameters, I'm going to bring the height position down to maybe like 0.48. And that's actually going to add a little bit of extra detail, like these scratches are kind of digging in. And if I go ahead and just look at our normal plus height plus mesh, we can see that we're getting the normals from the height value of this layer. So it's just going to convert it into our normal map. So that's how that's all going to work. So now that we've got kind of the material all set up like how we want it, we can go ahead back into our grunge scratch generator here. We can play around with the overall balance, right? The number of these scratches or the intensity. We can bring up the contrast. I can even go ahead and play around with the scale if I maybe want to double the amount of scratches. And it's really going to depend on the material that you want to make, right? If you want it to be a little bit noisier with scratches or a little bit, larger scratches, like if I go 0.5, maybe a little tough to see right now. But if I bring this up, right, you can see it's going to make the scratches way, way bigger. Which maybe is not going to look good for this particular asset. So I think I might do 1.5 like that there. Bring the balance down and the contrast up just a little bit, just so that we're getting, some like little nicks here and there. And finally, let's go ahead and actually add some edge wear that's more specific to a lot of the more like exposed edges and, maybe occluded cavities that we're going to get. So I'm going to select this material layer that we've set up and hit Control D. And let's go and call this edge wear. And on this mask, I'm just going to go ahead, get rid of that fill layer that we had developed because we're going to be doing something totally different. So let's right click and in this instance, add a generator. And under generator, I'm going to do mask editor. So this is going to allow me to actually build our own type of mask, which is really cool. And you can see that by default, it's going to bring this curvature opacity up. And actually, we're going to want to bring that up to 1. So we can see what it's really trying to do is it's just finding all of the edges right now. So if we go and drop down this curvature panel right here, you can see we're going to have a lot more finer control. And now what I want to do is I want to just kind of add some information to a lot of these edges without, like getting our material showing through on a lot of the flatter, maybe less exposed faces. Let's go ahead and just bring down a lot of these like big, huge, large, medium values. And you can see very slowly, right? It's going to start to remove a lot of those interior faces. Actually, I'll bring down fine as well. Maybe bring up soft just a little bit there. Let's do maybe 0.5. So we can see that we're just going to get some edge wear kind of along those areas that we're getting the edges. However, if I go ahead and take a look at our mask here, right, it's very, very, we'll say soft, right, based off of our soft slider here. And actually, I'll have to bring that back up to 0.5. But it's very uniform, right? Like it's very much just one continuous line. And I want to go ahead and break that up because that's not really realistic to like how wood would scratch. So if we keep going down in our mask editor, we're going to have these 2 texture slots for image inputs. So in our top one here, I'm going to go and search for BNW spots 1 and we can take a look. It's just going to be this really kind of, well, the thumbnail doesn't want to load for me, but it's just kind of like a noisy texture. So now we've got that loaded, but how do we actually use that, right? Well, we're going to have to scroll all the way back up to the top now. And you'll notice that we have texture and texture 2. And so because we loaded it into just texture or texture 1, I'm going to want to go ahead. Let's just open this little drop down up and bring texture opacity all the way up. And now you can see that we're actually using that texture to influence these levels that we've created. Now I'm going to go ahead and change our blending mode from overlay to be subtract, so that it's just going to kind of like chip away from our mask there. And we can go and play around with the scale of the texture, right? I'm probably going to want to, well, actually, now let's bring the scale down. You can play around with the contrast of it. I might just leave that at 0. I think it was okay there. And then we can play around with the overall brightness, which is basically going to just add some values or remove values. And again, I think I'm going to leave that at 0. So now if I come back in, right, it's going to be a little bit smaller, the amount of information we're getting, but it's going to be overall a little bit more organic and less uniform there. So actually, maybe what I will do is just bring our brightness down, maybe around negative 0.35, just so that we're getting some kind of good edge wear along there. And that's looking pretty cool. But again, it's nice to get a starting point with just like a generator, but there's sometimes where you're going to want to go in and actually just do a little bit of manual work as well. So what we can do is, using this same exact material without actually affecting our mask, I can right click again and add a paint layer. And this is what I was talking about, that we can actually iterate on these masks just like we can with, any of the actual material information. Now I'm basically using these as 2 separate layers. And on this paint layer, what I want to do is I want to kind of just paint in manually some chipping information. So let's go ahead and under our alphas folder here, we can kind of scroll down a little bit, and yours might look a little bit different than mine because I do have some kind of custom alphas that I brought in. And I'm going to want to go and take a look at these brush alphas here. And you can see that they're just kind of like messy, noisy kind of strips. And this is going to be perfect for us. So let's go ahead, and I'm thinking maybe I'll do grungy line. So you can see I can select that. And again, I have to be in painting mode right up here with the paintbrush. And I want to make sure that I'm going to be painting white, right? Remember, we want to show white in order to actually show the underlying, or I guess technically over top, but the underlying wood that you'd get from like chipping away. And now what I can do is just kind of find like a nice little area, maybe like down here, and just start clicking. And because we've already gone ahead and set up, right, the material for its height, you can see I can turn that on or off. It's already going to start looking really good. Now, be careful that you're not going to be painting on the actual mask itself right here. Occasionally, I find myself doing that accidentally, where I'll start painting, and not really focusing on the fact that I'm painting on the mask rather than a paint layer or a paint level. And that's not a bad thing, but if you realize, you know what, I actually don't want these anymore, you're going to pretty much have to either Control Z or redo the mask. So it's a lot better to just relegate these to an actual paint layer. You can see I can turn it on or off, and I can go ahead and just very easily get rid of it as well. So something to be cognizant of. So now on this paint layer, we can go around, start adding a lot of like cool, chipping effects if we really want to. What we can do, actually, I want to come up to kind of like the top here, and I want to go and just add some kind of like chipping effects you'd see, right? As this is going to transition into like a metal piece. So you get some kind of conflicting surface roughness from these 2 pieces. And make sure to vary the brushes that you're using as well. It's pretty easy to go ahead and just start using the same brush. And again, you're probably not going to notice it too much, but it's always a good idea to just try and like play around with some of these things here, right? Like I can go ahead and maybe get a little bit of a dip there, and then I can come back in and turn this to black, maybe rotate my brush a little bit here and start actually chipping away from that surface value. And this will be as much of an exercise as you're going to want to do with it. So go ahead, try and find some areas on your texture here or your mesh and play around with just giving it some nice, good edge wear. So finally, I've gone ahead, just added a bit of, extra edge wear kind of across our model here, right in some of the areas that I had initially prescribed. And I also want to just point out in areas where, you're probably going to get more of a noticeable seam, like right down underneath the dial here. While you're probably not really going to notice those, right, just from a typical angle that you'll be able to see this asset at, you might be able to notice a bit of like a seam right there. So you could go ahead and just very easily, right, come in here and start adding some information there just to try and obfuscate a lot of the seams. And so you can use this kind of edge wear as well to really help blend together your UV shells. So let's continue on making our materials, and in this video let's look at the plastics and the cord. So I'm going to start with the plastics group, and that's going to be the top speaker, the earpiece down here, and the base down there. So let's give this a color, give it orange, and I'm going to use this plastic matte pure material just in our materials shelf there. So again, let's go and give a black mask to this folder. And let's go ahead and just start blocking in some of these mask areas here. So I'm going to select this entire piece as well as the interior because it's all going to be this plastic kind of material. I'm going to go and select the body of our earpiece and trying to make sure I'm only selecting the proper areas, as well as the interior here. Oh, and you can see I've accidentally selected the holder there, making sure not to snag that. And let's go ahead and grab this guy here. And then finally, we'll go ahead, grab the nubs as well as the bottom base. So that's starting to look good. I think we've got everything that we need. And for this material, I want to go ahead and make sure that its base color is going to be a little bit darker. And again, I've got a color off screen here. But the idea is that I want it to be relatively dark, but not pure black and not completely desaturated, because that's going to give us a little bit of like unrealistic values. And it's nice to bring in a little bit of color. So even though this looks pretty black, you're probably going to notice it actually looks a little bit like kind of blue. And that's going to reflect a lot better once we continue developing and iterating on these materials. Now, the next thing I do want to do is I want to go ahead and actually start developing like the speaker holes that you would see in these particular, areas of our earpiece and our speaker. So what I'm going to do is create a fill layer. Let's go ahead and call this holes. And there's a few properties I want to go ahead and change. So we don't need normal, opacity, emission. We don't need metal either. And so let's go ahead, make the base color pretty much black. And in this instance, I think it's going to be okay to pretty much make it black because we're going to be using it for a little bit of a different surface value. And I also want to make sure that the roughness is pretty much all the way up. And the height's going to be down just a little bit. And we can play around with that later. But the reason I want to put it down now is that if I go ahead and add a black mask, I'm going to go and add a paint layer. Again, just so that, if I don't like it, I can just get rid of the whole layer itself without redefining the mask. And we're going to be able to go ahead and start painting these holes. So let's go to alphas. And I'm going to type in circle dots. And I'm going to want to use this circle dots alpha here. Right, so if I go and just quickly paint on something, you can see that we're going to get a little bit of height as well as our dark values, right? I can bring this, decrease this even more so it looks like it's really like a sharp corner in an actual hard surface area. You can actually make these like extrude from it, which Don't really get how those holes would necessarily work, but I mean, hey, to each their own. And I think, you know, let's do negative 0.25. I think that's going to be okay. So I'm going to just quickly erase this now that I get a nice looking height, because we can go ahead and play around with the dot numbers, right? Maybe something like that doesn't look too good. Actually, we can bring this down. Actually, it's probably okay by default at 6. We can bring the dot scale down, right? So it's going to be something more like that. Well, maybe not the look we're going to go for. So let's try something like, I think 0.15 is going to be okay. So I'll try and you know what? Actually, what I'll do is I'll hit F1 on my keyboard here. And where is this guy? So it looks like he's in the top right. Might be a little bit easier to go ahead and just center it out here, right? So we can do something like that. And then again, let's take a look. Is this? Yeah, okay, awesome. So I put them together. So what we can do, maybe scale this in a little bit. And we could do something like that, right? And you can see that that height that we've introduced just on this fill layer is really, really powerful because it really adds a lot to kind of just like the surface. And it looks like we've actually gone ahead and maybe modeled in some holes, even though you and I both know that's actually just a color and a normal map. Now let's go ahead and play around a little bit with the roughness of this plastic, right? And that's really what's going to help define a lot of the characteristics of this material is going to be its roughness map, because right now it looks pretty plain Jane. But if you look at, you know, general plastics in your everyday life, there really isn't much to them other than just a relatively solid color and then a lot of surface roughness. So again, over top of our holes layer, I'm going to add another fill layer, but this time I'm only going to want to affect our roughness channel. So I'll turn everything else off and leave our roughness on. And so this is going to give me some pretty direct control over the roughness of this material, but I don't want it to, you know, just be a uniform roughness, right? We're pretty much back at square one there. Actually, I'll go and just call this roughness as well. So what I want to do is I want to add another black mask and then break up the areas where this roughness is going to be cast across our material so that I have direct control over the variation of the roughness and then what the actual roughness value is for that varied roughness. So I'm going to right click and add a fill layer again. And this time I'm going to go and get rid of that grunge scratches and instead use a B&W Spots 3 node. So now we can see we're getting a lot of variation, right, across basically what's going to be perceived as a roughness. And now if I come into the actual roughness layer itself, right, and start to play around with this, you can see that we're going to get some pretty subtle roughness values because it's not going to be just like a uniform control over it. We're actually going to tell it, hey, some areas I want you to contribute more, some areas I want you to contribute less based on the intensities of these values. Now, what we can do is maybe come in here, we can play around with the balance, right, to add a little bit more variation here. If I come in and I'm trying to figure out what's best to show it here. We'll do like very, very sharp like that. Right, play around with the contrast, which I don't really think looks too good, I'll be honest, but play around with the balance this way, you know, bring it down a little bit, maybe something like 0.4. And then I'm going to bring the roughness to around 0.04 there. So it's just going to be a pretty subtle effect, as we can see. Right, we're going to get some kind of just generic roughness values there. And how is our base going to look? Right, so if I get a bit of a grazing angle there, you can see, right, we're just going to get a general kind of hazy roughness. But we're going to be building on this as we continue along, and we get to a more like global grunginess scale. So this next area is going to be pretty cool in adding a lot of like hard surface information. And so what I want to do is add another paint layer, not a fill layer, just a paint layer. And let's call this extra normals. And so what I want to do is under our hard surfaces here, I'm going to go ahead and with my making sure I'm in the painting mode, just come down over here. I'm going to make sure that my brush is only going to be painting normal information. And so I can go ahead and click on this circle bump, hard surface, and drag and drop that into my normal. So now you can see that I'm actually going to start, well, it's a little tough to see there, but go ahead and actually start being able to paint normal information onto our assets here. And again, that's all going to be housed on this extra normals layer. So that's going to be really cool. And what I want to do is I'm just going to go and use my 2D view here. And I want to go ahead and just kind of paint on a little bit of extra detail for these nubs because it looks kind of plain. So I thought, well, you know what I can do is I can just come in and let's go ahead. Where is this one right here? Yeah, that guy. So I can go ahead and increase the hardness and just add a little bit of like extra, little insets in our texture here to really make these nubs kind of pop a little bit. Now, a lot of the battle is just, trying to be able to center your paint stroke here. But once you're able to get that, it's actually going to look kind of cool. And again, you can use this really across anywhere in your material by adding, any one of these hard surfaces to your paint stroke here. So I could go ahead and maybe let's say we wanted this kind of vent for whatever reason, right? And I could just come in and paint that on, and it's going to give us a pretty cool looking hard surface normal. Now, again, I don't think that really works with our material, but I just wanted to show you this functionality so that you can go ahead and play around with any one of these and add it to your asset and see what looks good and what looks kind of cool. So that's going to pretty much conclude it for our plastics, but let's go ahead, create a new folder, and I'm going to call this cord. And again, give it a different color. And we're going to be using this to define the material for our cord piece here. And so what I want to do is I'm going to come back into our materials. And for our base, I'm just going to use this artificial leather. Right, so we can see we're going to get just this kind of like leathery looking thing. Make sure to add a black mask. And I'm going to just select our 2 UV shells. Remember, we split this in half. And now if that's the look that you really want to go for this piece, that's going to be a pretty simple solution. But I want to go ahead and actually add a little bit of a unique kind of pattern to this. And actually, it's going to be included within the height channel, which is going to then be pretty much driving our normal channel. So let's go and over top of our artificial leather, add a fill layer there. And we're going to call this one coils because we're going to kind of have this like spiraling coil pattern going all the way up. So again, I don't want it to really be introducing color or any of that stuff. It's just going to be pure height. So let's go and just bring this up to an arbitrary number right now. We're not going to be able to see it because it's going to be over top of everything. But let's go and right click and add a black mask. And under this mask, let's go and add a fill layer. So the pattern that I want to use for this fill layer is going to be a gradient linear 2. And it's going to be this one that kind of rounds off on both sides. We're not really going to see too much right now, but let's go ahead. Let's just bring the scale all the way up to 128. And you can see now we're going to start to be able to see our pattern here. And while it looks kind of cool, it's not exactly what I want quite yet. So I'm going to bring the tiling up to about 3-ish. So we're going to get these nice tighter coils. And now I don't want it to be just like, coiling all the way down like that, but I actually, like I said, want it to be at a bit of an angle. I want it to be kind of spiraling along the cord. So we can go ahead and you could change the rotation here, but it's not exactly, well, it is kind of a cool look, but not the look that I want to go for. And we're only going to have 90-degree turns there, but I can actually use the UV transformations and go ahead and rotate this. And so, something like 30 is kind of cool, but we have to be cognizant of the fact, one, that we're going to get, well, a split down the center here. And actually it looks right there. That actually doesn't look too bad. You know, now that I'm looking at it, we'll also have to be cognizant of the fact that we're going to have a seam line down here, right? So it's going to be kind of like battling two different seam lines. And I found that, at least in my study, is 36 going to be okay? It's not the best. But if we take a look from a distance, right, we're not really going to see it. And again, we can't really, oh, we can kind of notice that one. Again, play around with this area here. Maybe 35 is going to work better for you. But we're going to get that kind of cool spiraling pattern. And now what I can do with the coil's just height here, so I can really increase the height if for some reason I wanted it to look bad. You know, we can bring the height down, and I'm probably going to bring this down to around, let's do 0.07. Right, so it's going to be just kind of a soft, kind of nice coiling pattern there. And that's looking really cool. So we've gone ahead and completed all of our other materials, but now I want to go and kind of close out our metals. And metals is pretty cool, but very much like our plastics, most of its information is going to be driven from its roughness values. I'm going to create a new folder, and let's just call this one metals. And under this folder, I'm actually going to house two different folders, one for kind of like our bronzy color, and then one for our steel, because I'm going to separate these little rotator cuffs and make them just like a steel material. So let's give this a color, and I am going to give it blue. And then under our metals, let's go ahead, drag this folder in, and I'm going to call this bronze. And then we'll right click, maybe make that one green. So let's start off with our bronze, and I'm going to actually go into our smart materials because they have a nice bronze armor material that I'm going to use. However, I'm going to actually kind of gut it a little bit because it's pretty robust in what it offers, but a lot of the information that we're going to get, we're not really going to need, or I'm not really going to want it. So let's go and drag that into this folder here. You can see it's going to be bronze armor because it's a smart material, so it's actually a ton of different layers already established. And let's just go ahead with our bronze here first and just mask it off. Grab these pieces here as well as the interior. Might be a little bit tough to see, and actually what I'll do is let's just go ahead. I'll select the entire thing so I know that it's all going to be selected, and then I'll just provide a black mask for these. So it's going to be a little bit easier, but now I know that the interior is actually selected there. Let's go ahead and select all of these pieces. Oh, and I want to make sure that I am in white select mode there. Go and select our folder here. And I want to make sure that I'm going to deselect this center piece. And actually, let's go ahead and just make sure that's all deselected there. I'm also going to want to go and select this rim here. And let's go and just select all of these little interior pieces. Now, I'm not going to want to go ahead and select the actual dials themselves. We're going to focus on that in a separate piece. But for now, let's just do a once over. Well, again, making sure that we've selected all of the areas of our material here. And that's looking pretty good, albeit a little bit noisy. So what am I going to want to go and get rid of in our bronze armor here? And well, it's probably going to be most of this. I only really want to keep our sharpen here and our base metal. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of these middle three. so that we're just getting kind of the surface information and the metallic color. I'm also going to get rid of this finish rough. I don't think we really need it. And that's going to start looking pretty good. Now I want to go ahead and in our fill here, I want to change the kind of roughness, grunginess map. And I want to just find a good area that we can get a sense of what we're getting here. So right there, we can see we're getting a lot of like this, random scratchiness. So instead, let's go ahead and I'm going to look for grunge, dirt, thin. And you can see that we're going to get this grunge, dirt, thin option here and select that. And I just kind of like this information a little bit more. I think it's a lot nicer to look at. And it's not as like directionally scratchy. I think that the directionality of the previous one was a little bit too much. Now again, we can go ahead and play around with the balance if we want less or we want more. Maybe let's do, like 0.55 looks kind of cool. And then the sharpen is just going to be a layer that, if we come in real close, is going to be able to sharpen that information out. So we can also play around with maybe dropping that down a little bit so that it's not as intense. Now, just like we had done with our wood pieces, right, where we went and added some edge wear, I want to go ahead and do pretty much the same exact thing for our metal, except it's not going to be so much edge wear as it's just going to be more like edge roughness. So above our bronze armor folder here, I'm going to add a fill layer, again called this edge roughness. And we're not going to need any of the color, normal, opacity, any of that kind of stuff. We're just going to want to do roughness. And so let's go ahead, add a black mask. And in this mask, let's add a generator. So this time I'm not going to go and actually make my own generator per se, but instead we're going to use this metal edge wear mask that we're going to get by default. And so if I just Alt and click there, we can see what this mask is going to do is it's just going to generate this kind of grungy noise across a lot of the edges for our material. And actually, maybe I'll come down here and we'll look as we go ahead and play around with the edge roughness here. And let me go and just change our environment. Maybe make this, yeah, I think that might be a little bit easier to see the grunge. Right, so as I increase the roughness value here, you'll notice that it kind of looks like it's changing just the color, but it really is just the roughness values. And I think maybe 6, 7 is a little too high. Let's try 0.4. And how's that looking up top over here? Maybe a little bit too rough. And it's always a little bit difficult to get a good sense. We have to play around with some of our HDRIs. Maybe let's try 0.375. So again, it's just kind of subtle. We can play around with our metal edge wear again. Maybe bring the wear level down to about 0.65. And I'm going to bring our contrast actually way down to like 0.15. And we might be able to actually even bring the opacity down. Let's try around 60, 61. Just to give us some good looking edge wear, kind of make things look a little bit more unique and organic. And now the next piece I want to focus on here is actually going to be detailing this center metallic piece because it looks pretty generic and kind of boring. And we can go ahead and play around with our heights and adding a couple of different masks and alphas. That's going to make it look pretty cool. So above our edge roughness here, let's go and add a fill layer. And I'm going to call this detailing. And again, we don't need color or any of this extra stuff. We're just going to need the height. And I'll bring it down to an arbitrary value. And let's add a black mask. So I'm going to add 3 different paint layers onto this mask because there's going to be 3 different alphas that I'm going to want to paint on. And I want kind of direct control over each one individually in case I want to go and maybe, swap some things out. So on the bottom one, let's go into our alphas and I'm going to search for circle double. And we're going to get this alpha here. I'm going to make sure I'm in paint mode, and I'm going to actually open up our 2D view here. And I believe, is this going to be it? Yes, there we go. Let's go ahead and use this guy here. So we can see if we just go and paint it on, right? It's going to be these two kind of rings that's going to give us a little bit of like grooves in the centerpiece there. And we can go ahead and play around with the border width of these, right? Maybe if I just scale this in a little bit. We can really change kind of the overall look of this. Is really the idea that I'm trying to get at here. So I think I'm going to do something kind of like that. Get a nice ring around the side there. And for our second paint here, I'm going to go and search for a different alpha. And this one's going to be the circle graduation. So we're going to get something kind of cool like this. Right, and if I go and paint that on, you can see it's actually going to add on top of pretty much the layer that we had underneath it. And it's going to contribute its own information. And because white values in our mask, if I go and search for that, right, are going to be areas that are going to basically be depressed within the actual surface itself. It's actually going to kind of add onto it and cut away from different areas. So very easily with two different alphas, I've got a pretty kind of cool looking pattern here. And finally, on our top piece, let's go ahead and search for flower stylized. And I'm going to get this one here. Now, again, you can see we've got a ton of different patterns that you could go ahead and use. But I'm going to go and select this one here. Plop that right in the center. And actually, I want to make sure I'm looking at this kind of head on. Right, so that we're going to get something like that. So very intricate looking piece that we didn't have to bake or model out. And I just went ahead and used one layer with different masks. And now, you know, if maybe we want to go ahead and say, actually, I want this to kind of protrude out from the surface, we can go ahead and just play around with the height here. And so now the information is looking like it's going to be embossed from the surface that we have. So this is really powerful and really cool, is that we can very quickly change the look of this information just by changing the height. So I'm probably going to do around negative 0.075 because I don't want it to be like really heavily impressed or ingrained into the surface, but just enough that it's going to give us some cool looking information. Now let's quickly go ahead and just focus on the other metal that I was talking about, the steel material. So we're just going to be using the steel material on these connection pieces. So I'm going to quickly create a new folder, again, call this steel. I'll give it a different color as well, make this one kind of like this teal color. And in our materials, I'm going to look for steel rough. It's going to be just this steel rough material. We could also go ahead and maybe do steel rust and wear. Actually, you know what? Let's try steel rust and wear. Is this going to look cool? Not exactly like what I wanted. So let's go back with steel rough. Drag and drop that in. And let's quickly just mask out, making sure that we're going to select. And this time I'm actually going to select the mesh fill. So that I'm just going to select both of these pieces. And that's going to give us steel rough. So I'm really not going to focus too much on those pieces themselves because the base material by itself is looking pretty cool. And again, it's going to be pretty small on our asset. So I don't really want to make it too noisy so that it really starts to look kind of really pixelated. And now finally, let's go ahead and actually add in the digits for our dial here. So I'll come down and let's go and add another folder here and call this digits. And you know what? I'll just go ahead and leave it as blue, but I want to go and bring in a fill layer to this. So we'll bring it under digits and let's call this base. This is just going to be the base color that I want to use. We can get rid of some of these values. And actually, I'll leave the top 4 there. And I've got a color off screen again that I want to go ahead and use, which is just going to be this kind of like a little bit of an off gray, off white. And now let's go ahead, add a black mask, and quickly just mask out these digits. All right, so now we've got those all masked out, and it's going to be time to go ahead and paint on the digits. Now, Substance Painter has a pretty cool way of doing this. So I'm going to go and add another fill layer, and we'll actually call this one numbers. Again, we don't really need normal, opacity, emission, any of that stuff. I'm actually going to get rid of metal, and we'll keep height on just in case we want to actually give these a little bit of normals. But I'm going to make this just like a really dark color. And actually, I'm probably going to want to just lift that off a little bit from the complete black. And let's go and add a black mask. So how I'm going to do this is I'm going to use this numbers layer as basically the color, roughness, and height of each of the digits. And then I'm going to go in with a paint layer and actually just stamp in each one of these digits. So if we come into alphas and I go ahead and start to type in font, you can see that there's going to be a lot of different Substance text options here. And I know when I first got started with Substance Painter, I actually thought these were just Substance stamps. And I thought, well, I don't really want to stamp my stuff with, just saying Substance across it, but it's actually just showcasing the font itself. So if I go ahead and I'm going to use, which one am I going to use? I think I'm going to use the Libre Baskerville. If I go ahead and making sure I'm in paint mode here, select this, you can see that there's a text parameter. So I can actually go ahead and just hit 1 on my keyboard. And you can see now, actually, if I rotate this back down to 0, right, it's just going to give me whatever I type into this slot here. So I can go ahead and type in hello, and I'm going to be able to stamp out hello. So let's go ahead and do that. I'll just type in 1 there, and I'll come in, making sure I'm on my paint layer for my mask of my numbers. And let's go ahead, and it might even be easier to go and do this, ideally if we've lined all this up in our 2D view, but I'm just going to do it in our 3D. Type in 1 there. And it's going to be a little bit time consuming as you're going to have to come back and forth and, stamp these out and then try and line all of these up. And finally, let's go ahead and plug in 0. So that's going to be our digits there. But again, like I've said before, we can go in and actually play around with the height. We wanted to, actually kind of like dig those in or have them kind of protrude out just a little bit. So maybe do like 0.015, right? Just to give it a little bit of normals. We can make them, very glossy or very rough. I think around maybe 0.25 is okay. And that's really going to add a lot to the surface value of that piece. And so that's going to conclude our metals and, just kind of like the general dial as well. And in the next video, we'll take a look at really trying to unify a lot of these different materials, because right now they're still feeling very kind of isolated between each other, like they're very different. And so I want to go and add a little bit of grime and a little bit of extra final detailing to really draw this all in together. So in this video, let's take a look at closing out our asset by trying to unify a lot of these materials, because right now they're looking pretty good on their own, but a lot of information is kind of isolated to certain materials, right? Like we've done roughness for our plastics, but we haven't done any real roughness for our cord. And same thing for our metals across our wood. So we're going to want to just add a little bit of like roughness and final tidbits here and there to really unify everything and make it look like it exists cohesively within a real world environment. So the first thing I want to do is I want to start adding kind of like screws and stuff to a lot of the metal and woodworking pieces, because right now we don't have a lot of that, and it would really add to the authenticity if we go ahead and maybe add a little bit of construction pieces here and there. So I've created a final details folder here, and I'm going to create a paint layer, bring this in, and let's go and call this screws. Now, that's going to be a bit of a misnomer because what we're going to do is come down into tools, and we're not going to be using this screw bolt option because it's a little too noisy in what it gives. And honestly, I don't really like the results of it, but we're actually going to be using the nail tool. And I quite honestly don't think that the thumbnail for this particular tool really gives justice to how good this actually looks. But bear with me and take a look at what we're going to do with it because it actually looks pretty good. So I'm going to select nail, and we're not going to mask it off because I'm going to be able to go ahead and just start like stamping it all across our asset here. So let's go ahead and just come up to here to the side, and let's just stamp one in and see what it looks like. So we can see it's kind of tiny actually compared to what our actual tool is right here. So I'll maybe Control Z that, stamp this in, and you can see a little bit what it's going to do is actually bend and warp the normals. If I go into our normal and height here, right? It's going to be almost kind of like that hard surface information we added under the nubs in the previous videos. And it's actually going to kind of bend the metal a little bit, which you're not going to get really with the screw. And the problem is too, if we want to go really smaller with the screw, like that just looks really bad. So whereas we can go really small with the nail and it's going to look a little bit better. So we're going to want to also go ahead with our nail selected here. I'm going to want to change the roundness to be all the way up. So now you can see if I bring this up again, right, it's going to be more rounded as opposed to pretty flat. You can play around with it. You know, if you like the flat one more, then go ahead and do that. But I generally tend to like the rounded ones a little bit better. We can also play around with the surface dent around the other side. So you can see I've actually kind of increased the intensity, whereas here I've, really decreased it. So maybe do something like 0.6 just to kind of accentuate it a little bit more. And I think that's going to be pretty good. So let's go ahead and actually start, adding these to our meshes. I'm going to make sure I want to line this up a little bit and get something kind of like that. Again, remember we do have a seam line kind of down that side. So any way we can try and obfuscate that is going to be really sweet. And I'll go ahead on to the other side here. Again, trying to make sure we're lining things up. And actually what we can do is if I come into this little display settings icon, which just looks like a desktop, if I come all the way down to the bottom, we can show the mesh wireframe, which might help me line things up a little bit better. I'm trying to go for kind of that center area there. And I think that's going to be okay. I'm also going to go ahead and maybe add a nail kind of down in the center here. Something kind of like that. I'm going to come and add some to our actual device here. So I'm going to maybe have to really scale that down a little bit because I don't want the normals to really be interfering with the actual surface normals of the actual mesh. Maybe around there. Actually, what I'll do, there and there, so we get something kind of cool like that. I'm also going to come down to our dial here because we've got a lot of, like open space right here that I want to go ahead and maybe play around with. So I'll maybe scale this up. Add one there. And add one there, right? So we're getting these two kind of interesting pieces on our dial. And finally, I want to go ahead and let's go and add just a couple underneath right around some of the edges where maybe we'd want to go ahead and connect these this plastic to the actual wood. So I think for this one, I'm going to go ahead into our 2D view. Just going to be a little bit easier here. And now, where is this one? Okay, so this is over there. And this one's going to be a little bit tricky. We're going to have to get pretty small, but this is another reason why I'd want to choose the nail over the screw is because, actually maybe I can put it, maybe we'll put it on that one, is because of how small this is going to have to be on our asset. And you know what? No, we'll put it back up over here. The screw is just going to look way too noisy compared to the nail. So I'm going to stick with that one. Let's kind of move around our asset here. And where is this going to be? Down over here. We'll do that. And you know what? Actually, I could probably just do this in 3D. It's actually a little bit easier than I was anticipating it to be. And now I'm not going to add one over there just because our cord is there and it's going to be way too difficult. But you can see from a distance, right, that's going to add just a little bit more visual intrigue to kind of a pretty generic area. And if we go across our entire asset again, right, you can see just by removing this, we're going to get rid of some pretty unique information that we could have gone ahead and modeled, but realistically, you see how easy it was to go ahead and just do that in the texturing stage. The next unifying layer that I want to create is going to be just a general roughness. And again, everything's kind of gotten its own roughness that I like to work with because it's more specific to the material, where the roughness is maybe more integral and intergrained with the surface of metal than it would be for wood. But we're going to need to kind of give it a general overall grunginess or a roughness so that there's going to be some actual overlap of our roughness across these materials. And it's just going to help kind of tie everything in together. So I'm going to just maybe come back to our bus garage here. It's very, bright and contrasted colors. It makes it a little bit easier to see our glossiness. And I'm going to create a new fill layer like we've seen. Call this roughness. And again, we don't need it for anything other than the roughness channel. And I'm going to add a black mask, which we're going to use as a fill here. And let's go and search for grunge, dirt, scratchy. And you can see it's going to give us this kind of like washy, wavy, if I go ahead and take a look, pattern here, right, where it's a little bit, scratchy, a little bit dirty. And we can go ahead now with our roughness, either, decrease that value. So we're going to have areas that are going to be like glossier, right, which looks kind of cool. Or we can make it so that these areas are going to be a little bit rougher. And again, I don't want it to be super, if we go and take a look at our roughness here, like super contrasted like that. You want your roughness to be relatively subtle. So either, you want the areas to be a little bit glossier or a little bit rougher is going to be up to you, but make sure that it's going to be relatively subtle because that's going to have a better effect on your overall material. And if you want to go ahead and maybe have a little bit of roughness that's more contrasted, I would generally argue that you should probably be doing that in the specific material folders, like I was showing you here, right? With the plastic or the metal having their own specific roughness, that's going to be kind of integral to that. And then just a general subtle roughness over top of everything else. So I think I'm probably going to actually opt for a little bit of a glossier effect with that, which is going to look pretty good. And then rely on the roughness from our other, more specific individual materials to really carry that through. So now that we've got our roughness and our screws out of the way, I want to go ahead and add a little bit more visual intrigue to the roughness and the surfaces of our asset here. And one way to really tie materials together is going to be dirt and grime and dust. So I'm going to create a new fill layer, and this one's going to be dust. And under our Smart Masks folder here, I'm going to use the Dust Surface Mask. So I can drag and drop that onto dust. Right, and you can see that it's going to just kind of use this fill layer with all of its properties and allow us to kind of just place some dust over top of areas, again, using our baked mesh maps here. And this is, again, a reason why we want to make sure we're using some good baked mesh maps, is it's really going to allow us to, like we've seen, really prop up our materials and our masks as well. So that's looking pretty good. I'm going to want to go into our dust here, maybe bring the opacity of this down to around 20. And let's go in. We can also actually just come into our mask here first. Maybe bring the level up to like 0.6. And then come back into our mask and just add a paint layer. And the reason I want to add this paint layer is I'm actually going to go ahead and start to paint away some of the dust. Because, you know, like right here, it's just kind of like a perfect ring. I don't really want to just have like a perfect ring of dust. So let's go into our brushes again, making sure we are in paint mode here. And I'm going to select artistic heavy. And you can see that it's going to be this very kind of like grungy map there. So we can go ahead and bring up our stroke opacity, or sorry, bring down our stroke opacity there, right? So that it's not going to be as intense. And I'm also going to come back down and change this to be pretty much just off black. I don't want it to be pure black necessarily. And I'll bring the hardness down as well. So we can kind of just nice and gradually get rid of all of this dust and kind of, you know, splay it out a little bit. And the reason we'll see that I'm using, you know, not exactly black is if I do, you know, completely black. Actually, I'll bring our stroke opacity up just a little bit, right? We pretty much just get rid of the dust, but I don't really want to get rid of it per se. I want to kind of help soften it out. So let's go ahead and just, you know, make sure this is a bit of an off-white. So you can see I'm actually painting very, very subtle, you know, grayscale information, which is actually going to mean that I'm actually kind of helping soften it out a little bit. And then again, we can maybe increase this value. Maybe that's a little too much. Right, just kind of play around with painting on some of the dust. I'm also going to come down to our dial because you can see we're going to get a lot of it in that centerpiece as well as right here. So again, we can kind of play around with just the general roughness of things. Maybe trying to dial that back just a little bit. And again here, kind of softening everything out. I come back into our, there we go, material preview. I actually don't think dust would realistically really accumulate here per se, so I'm going to probably try and just kind of get rid of a lot of that. But again, I never really work with just pure black or pure white values. It generally tends to be kind of like a middle gray tone because you want to kind of more like move it around than add it purely or remove it purely. And finally, in our dust layer here, let's go ahead and actually just increase the roughness value. Maybe I'll do 0.7, right? Because dust is going to be pretty rough. And we can see that, you know, especially on our earpiece, right, that's really going to add and contribute a lot of information. If we go ahead and hide that, I can find the dust a little bit better there, right? It's going to be that extra added color information that's really going to help just kind of like a solid color piece like that really start to fit in a little bit. And finally, this part is going to be pretty much optional. Well, I guess all parts are really optional, but I'm going to go and add a little bit of like grunge and grime that's going to be more specific to dirt rather than dust, and stuff that would kind of accumulate more in cavities or occluded areas, you know, like dirt really kind of collects. So I'm going to create one more fill layer and call this dirt. And let's go ahead and just make it a brown color. And again, I've got another color off screen, which is going to be kind of like a, almost like a burgundy, maroonish kind of brown color. And let's go and bump up the roughness on that to maybe like 0.65. And now I want to go ahead and use a smart mask. And you can see it's already selected in my project here, but I'm going to use the soft dirt mask. So let's go and drag that up. And you can see it doesn't really look too different. But if I go into our mask view, We can take a look at the areas that we're going to really notice it. Is going to be areas that are occluded from our view, right? A lot of these like cavity areas, and actually this is maybe an area we're going to have to fix, right? A lot of these areas that, again, are kind of intersecting with each other, and a lot of areas in here. So it's looking okay right now, but I'm going to go and create a paint layer. And this is going to be an area where I'm pretty much going to actually want to go ahead and just really remove a lot of this. Because if we take a look, right, in our 3D view, it looks really just, it looks pretty basic. So we have to go in and add a lot of kind of like variety to this. So I'm going to get rid of a lot of the information, and actually I'll increase the hardness there for our speaker. And I really want to go ahead and just really dial all of this back and only kind of keep it in the cavity areas down there. So hopefully we're able to see now. I've just gone ahead, right, taken all that dirt, really just removed it, but we're still going to get some kind of like inconsistent values. Oh, and I'm actually starting to paint on the wrong layer there, on our paint layer there. I just want to keep kind of like inconsistent values like you would get with dirt. And let's come back down as well over here, right? Because this looks just way too dirty in there. Let's go ahead and just kind of chalk these values out. And actually, you know what I'll do is I'll come into this value here, kind of just go back and forth a little bit. I think that's going to be okay. And again, maybe just dialing back a lot of these values in here, because, you know, this is pretty heavy on the dirt. And we could also go ahead and play around with the dirt levels, right? Maybe bringing this down to like 0.2. But I also don't want it to really detract from, the areas that, you know, would realistically, you know, have a lot of dirt too. So it's going to be kind of a balancing act between painting this off, using the filter, and, you know, finding something that kind of satisfies the look we're going to go for. So I'm satisfied within there. I also want to come in over here a little bit, and we can see that we're going to get a little bit of dirt kind of in each one of these pockets. And again, it was probably a little bit more visible with 0.25, right? And so this is a reason why I'd maybe want to kind of keep this at a higher dirt level and then go ahead and paint out a lot of the information, as I kind of like the information that that dirt adds to these pieces, right? Where realistically a lot of dirt would kind of collect. And again, if we kind of take a look maybe in here, right, where there would be a lot of kind of just rougher values, because dirt would very much kind of collect in here and not really have anywhere to go. So that's looking pretty good. I think I'm going to call it on the dirt there, but feel free to go ahead and play around with masks and generators, and just painting in different information that you think is going to look really good for your piece. And with that, that's pretty much going to conclude the texturing portion of this asset. So now in this video, let's go ahead and quickly look at how we can export these textures to use them in Blender for our render. So I'm going to come up to File and down to Export Textures. And I'm going to use the PBR Metallic Roughness, because that's a pretty standard workflow, and that's the workflow that we've gone ahead and worked within. And it's going to give us all the maps that we're going to need. So I'm going to select here to go ahead and find the output directory. And I'm going to save it within Resources and Textures. So we can go ahead and select that folder. We're also able to change the file type output as well as the bit depth, but I'm just going to stick with PNG and 8 bits. And we can actually change the file output size, right? Because everything in here is pretty much generated. So we can change it to be, you know, maybe like a 4K if we really wanted to. And actually, I think that's probably what I'll do, is we'll go ahead and export some 4K maps. And I'm pretty satisfied with those options, so we can go ahead and just export. So now that we've got all of our textures exported, let's go ahead and in Blender set up a pretty cool render using the Cycles engine. So the first thing I want to do is obviously bring in our textures, right? I'm going to go to our shading workspace. And we can see that right now we're still viewing our texel density image there. So I'm going to just go and switch that image. And let's go ahead and navigate to our base color. So that's going to swap everything out for our base color there. But I'm also going to want to bring in our metallic, our roughness, and our normal map. So I'm going to duplicate this just a couple of times. And let's start with this one here. Come in and bring in our metallic map. Bring that into our shader. I'm also going to want to make sure that I make this non-color, right? Because it is a black and white image. We'll go ahead and input our roughness map here. Again, making sure it is non-color. And I'm also going to come and snag our normal map. And again, non-color. Now this one seems a little bit weird because normal maps are a color map, but because of the way that normal maps are used, right, more specifically, we're using their individual R, G, and B channels rather than a combination of the three. So we're going to make sure that it is a non-color image here. We'll plug that into our normal. And we're going to get a little bit of a weird result because we actually need to go ahead and use a normal map node just to convert it. And you can see, right, we can't use like a color in a vector here. But if I go ahead and plug it through a normal map node, we can make that transition. And now we're going to be able to get all of that normal map information that we were getting in Substance Painter. I'm going to come back into our layout here, and I'm going to turn on the material preview. So we're going to be able to see our asset with its materials all on. And we're also going to have the added benefit of being able to use an HDRI, which is pretty cool. So we can actually go ahead, play around with some of the different environments that we're going to have, which is pretty sweet. And right now, I just want to go and think about setting up a camera for our composition. So I'm going to create a new collection, and I'll call this one Render. And this is where I'm going to go and create a new camera object. And I'm going to hit 0 on my numpad so that I'm going to go into my active camera view. And under View in our end panel here, I'm going to hit Camera to View. So now I can just move my view around and the camera is going to come with it. So this is going to be a pretty good starting point for us to really try and compose a shot here. So I'm going to want to make sure that our full piece is going to fit in there. And I'll just turn that off. And now the one thing I want to do is I actually want to come back to our mesh and I want to be able to turn this head piece, right? Because I don't want it to be just straight up. So I'm probably going to just go back into our solid view there. And with our little connector there selected, I'm going to try and find kind of the center area in there. And I'm going to bring my cursor to selected. So if I take a look, right, my cursor is going to be smack dab in the center. And if I go ahead and change our pivot to be the 3D cursor, now when I rotate it, it's going to be, like rotate from that center piece there. So I'm going to select all three of these and just kind of rotate it something like that. And again, how's that going to look in our render view? It looks okay. We could have it maybe up a little bit more or down a little bit more, but I think I'm probably going to leave it there actually. That's looking okay. So now let's go ahead, camera to view again, and just tighten up this shot a little bit. I also want to start thinking about some camera settings. So with my camera selected, I'll come into the little camera tab. And one of the settings that's going to be pretty integral to a camera is going to be depth of field. So I'll turn that on and we can open this up, right? And I'm going to be able to play around with the f-stop, which if I decrease that is going to make everything super blurry. So I'm probably going to set that to about 2, I think is a good size for that. And I also want to play around with the focus distance. Now, it can get a little tough to really understand the focus distance just by this slider alone, right? Like, I'm bringing this up to 10, and is my distance already past this asset? Is it too, close between me and this asset? I don't really get a good understanding of where my focus distance is. So what we can do with our camera is come under Viewport Display, and if I select Limits, now we're going to be able to see this little crosshair. And notice that when I go ahead and, well, we'll just move this, right? It's actually going to move this crosshair because that's going to be what our focus distance is. I can also go ahead and just select it here and start to move it just by left clicking. And don't know why I'm getting that error, but don't worry about it. It's probably I just clicked something wrong. And so that's going to give us a better indication as to where the focus distance of this piece is going to be. And so once I'm kind of satisfied with that, I want to go ahead and actually now start mocking out the environment that we're going to be rendering in. Because even though we're in material preview mode right now, right? And you can see that we can play around with, like the rotation and all that stuff of this environment, we technically aren't using cycles right now. So if I go into rendered mode, we're still going to be in Eevee, but if I come into the render properties for our scene, and I go ahead and change the render engine from Eevee to cycles, now we're going to be rendering in the cycles engine. And you'll notice that we aren't going to be able to get those HDRIs, at least as it stands right now. What I can do is uncheck this scene world, and we're going to have access to all of these HDRIs now. And you can go ahead and use these just like we were using in our material preview. However, if you don't want to use the built-in HDRIs, there is an option to go ahead and use your own as well. I'm going to come back to shading in here. And in our shading graph, let's go ahead and change this. Oop, not that option there. This one right here from object to be world. And so now if I go ahead and zoom out and find where our nodes are, we can see that. And I'll go back into our rendered view here. Right, we're just going to get a gray background, and that's going to be driven from this shader graph. So what I can do is I'll go ahead and add a new environment texture, and it's going to look very much like our image texture, except it's going to allow us to plug in an HDRI. And as soon as I plug that in, right, it's going to get this really beautiful pink color. And it's going to be this color because we don't have a texture selected. So it's basically Blender's way of saying, hey, you have specified that you want to use a texture, but you actually haven't loaded a texture. So it's going to just tell us like, hey, you're kind of missing something. So we can go ahead and click open to open a new texture. And I have provided us 2 free HDRIs under resources and HDRI that I've got from HDRI Haven, which is a free website. And we can go ahead and play around with using our own custom HDRIs. Again, if you don't want to use the Blender built-in ones. So for this project, I'm going to use the large corridor option. And we can see that it's going to give us some light kind of casting out from the right side there. Give us a nice kind of little gloss. And you can see as I move around in Cycles view, right, I'm actually going to be able to view our environment in 3D, which is pretty cool. So now that we have our environment set up, right, we can go ahead, maybe set this to 2 if we wanted to have a bit of a stronger environment. I think I'm going to leave that back down to 1 just because I can go ahead and change some of that stuff kind of in the post effects. And so I'll come back to layout here and go back into our Cycles view. And I want to go ahead and just set up a couple lights. So the first light I'm going to create is going to be, we come down to lights here, an area light. So what we can do is go ahead and set this up, right? Oh, and I want to make sure that I'm back into medium point pivots. And if I come into its light properties, say I set this up to 1000, right? It's just going to be an area of light just casting out from this plane shape. Now, this is going to be a lot of setup if I want to go ahead and like use this maybe as like a rim light. As we can see, it's a lot of rotating, it's a lot of moving. And it would really just be nice if I could go ahead and just kind of move it around and it would automatically rotate to fit and direct itself towards this asset. And that's actually something we can do. So I'm going to create under our render collection again, an empty object. And I'll go ahead and just use, oh, you know what? Let's go and use arrows again because we have a different empty in our scene. So just to kind of help break them up. And I'll call this light guide, something like that. And so what I can do with our our area light selected under the constraints panel, I can select damped track. And so if I go ahead and select our light guide here, you can see that as I move our area around, it's actually going to rotate, but it's not going to rotate exactly in the direction I want it. And so this could take a little bit of playing around with, but the track axis that I want to target is going to be -z. So now you can see that as I move this around, it's actually going to cast light and direct itself towards our center piece. And realistically, it's not actually directing it towards the asset, but moreover, it's directing it towards the empty. So I can move the empty maybe up here, and it's going to, get a direction kind of like that, as opposed to maybe trying to average out and direct it through the center there. Well, that's pretty cool, and that's something I'm going to want to try and do. And let's go and bring the power down to maybe like 100, right? 1,000 is pretty intense. And I want to make this maybe a little bit of a, kind of like a softer blue color. Again, nothing too crazy. I don't want to really like oversaturate it. I want it to just kind of replicate some nice kind of soft ambient tones. Maybe just bring the size up a little bit. And actually, let's go ahead, bring that up to 200. Let's take a look at our cycles here. Again, that's with our area on and our area off. So very subtle, but just going to add a little bit of some rim light to this piece. So I'm going to go back into Material Preview again, just because it's a little bit easier on my CPU. And I'm going to duplicate this area. So I'll hit Shift-D to duplicate, kind of move it over here. And this time I'm going to go and actually change our area light to be a spotlight. And again, we don't really have to do this for really any other reason than I just want to try and use a different kind of light source. And again, be able to play around with our cone here to maybe get some, sharper cone sizes, maybe a little bit, brighter cone sizes. We can kind of see in our preview, right? We take a look down here as I'm, increasing and decreasing this, we can really affect the look and the reflection values for this light source. I'm also going to go ahead and maybe change this up to be around 1,000 to really give this kind of, central highlight to this piece as well. And let's go and maybe make this a little bit warmer, right? Because warm colors with this kind of very earthy toned asset is going to look pretty good. And if we go ahead and take a look at our cycles render here, right, we're just going to get some nice kind of multi-directional light. It's a little tough to see right now because of the very low samples we're giving this scene, but we'll take a look at that in a minute here. This is really just to be able to focus on some directionality for our light, as well as a lot of the ambient light that we're going to get from our HDRI. So now there's one more kind of final piece that I want to take a look at, and that's going to be adding a shadow catcher for this model. So shadow catchers are pretty much exactly what the name suggests, is that they're going to be a way for us to capture, maybe a shadow that would be casted from these lights onto a surface below it without actually having to render the surface itself. So that I could then take this image, right, that we have here with a shadow and some shadow information, and then maybe put it over like a nice cool backdrop, maybe composite something in Blender or Photoshop or whatever. But I don't have to worry about, like trying to composite out a plane that I've added to my scene to be able to capture that. So that's a lot of talking and not a lot of doing. How are we going to actually do this? So I'm going to go and add a plane here. And I don't know, let's scale this up like 15. Doesn't really matter how big it is. It just needs to be big enough if we can really see. And actually, they're going to be more visible here. It's a little bright, but you can hopefully kind of see that we're going to be getting some shadows from these lights, right? So with our mesh selected, what I can do is come up into its object properties, and down under visibility, I can go ahead and turn on shadow catcher. So now if I go ahead into our cycles view here, you can see that it's not going to render that plane, but it's still going to allow me to capture those shadows. So you can see if I turn this off, right, it's going to render the plane, which is going to contribute some overall light because the white surface of this is actually going to bounce off and contribute to a lot of the indirect lighting. So it's kind of a catch-22, but we're very easily able to kind of navigate that just by turning on Shadow Catcher. So I'm at a point now where I'm pretty satisfied with my lights, my shadows, right? If I wanted to go ahead and maybe move a camera around, I'm still going to be able to get some pretty cool looking shadows. And I want to go and think about the render quality that we're going to be getting when I actually render this bad boy out. So if we come up to our render properties here, the first option we're really going to get is going to be sampling. And we can see that right now the viewport is going to be just 32 samples. So that's really low, and that's why it looks not super great in our viewport. But we can see that the render is going to be 128. So I'm going to leave the render, but I'm going to change the viewport to be maybe like 100, just give it some more iterations to go through and try and clean things up. And just to make sure for our denoising that I'm going to turn on the NLM for our render. So denoising kind of in a nutshell is a pretty quick way for us to go ahead and get rid of a lot of this, well, you can see very granular information, right? And I'll turn that on for the render because I don't really need to do it for the viewport. And so it's going to allow us to actually keep our render samples pretty low and still get some pretty quality renders out of it because it's going to essentially denoise it. Now, if you want to learn more about denoising in general, it's a pretty cool topic, but it's a little bit outside of the scope of this series. So I'd really highly recommend that if you want to do more rendering in Blender, definitely go and take a look at the official documentation to really learn about how you can optimize denoising for some quality renders. But for right now, all we really need to do is just make sure that we're turning it on. I also want to come down to light paths. And this is also where we're going to kind of allow Blender to kind of make some trade-offs for quality versus performance. So we can see that we've got these max bounces options here, and we've got a couple of options that we're familiar with and maybe not familiar with. So right now, transmission is set up to 12, and transmission is not a feature we're going to be using for this particular piece. So I'm actually just going to turn that all the way down to 0. And you can see again, it's going to, recalculate and resample everything because I've changed some parameters for the final render. As well, we don't have any transparency within this object. So I'm going to bring it down to 1. So ultimately what I'm doing is I'm telling Blender to decrease the amount of, sampling and calculating that you're going to be doing for these types of surfaces because we aren't going to be using them. I'm also going to bring diffuse down to 3, and I'm going to bring glossy up to 6 because while this is a pretty, diffuse asset, a lot of it is going to be relatively glossy, right? And that's, we can see from kind of the shininess of a lot of the lacquered wood and the metals and the plastic. And so I'm really just reallocating kind of my priorities for what I want to really get some crisp renders of. And finally, I'm going to bring the total down to about 8, just because I really haven't found that the 4 extra cycles or bounces is going to really contribute to an asset that's, again, just this small and not really surrounded by any other assets. If this was a larger scene, perhaps having more total bounces would be ideal because we're getting kind of the light bleed off and the diffuse and specular light from other pieces. But because this is just a standard piece in a larger, HDRI scene, we really don't need as many bounces total that we would otherwise. So I'm going to keep coming down and I'm going to go and take a look at this film header here. And with this is going to actually allow me to make sure that my background isn't going to just be gray and instead be transparent. Now, if you wanted it to be gray, all the power to you, but I'm going to go ahead and select transparent, and you can see we're going to get this checker pattern, right? So that's going to tell me that when I render this out, it's actually going to have a transparent background. And we can hopefully see that we're still actually able to get that shadow information because of our shadow catcher plane. And so that's why I went ahead and added that is, if I want to go and make this transparent background, we're still going to be able to get this shadow information without having to render this plane in our final composition. I'll also come down to color management. And this is where we're going to define a lot of just kind of like the color space of our render. So by default, we're going to be in the filmic view transform, and that's exactly where I want to be. And I want to change the look from being none to medium high contrast. And that's just going to give all of our pixels just a bit of a different look, right? It's going to be kind of like pseudo high contrast in our final composited render. right? If I could go and turn this to very high, and it's going to get a very unique and interesting result. And actually, I kind of like that a little bit better. Hold up. Yeah, you know what? Let's go maybe split the difference there. Let's do high contrast. And finally, I can go ahead and use curves to give ourselves a bit of an extra kind of compositing boost, right? So I can go ahead and bring up our white values a little bit, maybe bring in our dark values a little bit as well. Get a bit of a slight S-curve going on here, which is a pretty common and standard technique. And so that's really starting to look pretty cool. So now I want to come back into our output properties now, because this is where we're going to be able to change the actual resolution of the final output image that we're going to create. So you can see that we have 1920 by 1080. And if I go ahead and change the resolution, that's actually going to change our camera here. And it's going to really depend on the final output that you want, right? Where you're actually going to be placing this image. Maybe a 1920 by 1080, 16 by 9 aspect ratio is going to be what you need, or maybe it's not what you need. So go ahead and figure out what you're actually going to need specifications wise, and then make sure that you can go ahead and plug that resolution into here. Now you might notice that we also have this percentage slider. So what this means is that we're going to set basically the resolution, but ideally it's just going to be the aspect ratio. And then I can decide, you know what? I don't want to change the aspect ratio. I don't want to try and figure out what, half the size of 1920 by 1080 is. So I can just set this to 50%, and it's going to render out an image that is half the size of these two values. Alternatively, I could go ahead and say, you know what, let's do one that's 200%. So something that's 1920 by 1080 times 2, right? So this is a very easy and quick way for you to get the same aspect ratio that you want to target, but getting a higher resolution or larger image of exactly that. So this is a pretty cool way to work. I generally go about 150%, so 1.5 times the size of 1920 by 1080. And that's going to set me up pretty well for a nice render. So now that we have pretty much everything set up for our render, I want to quickly just go ahead, create another camera, kind of get a bit of a different shot composition wise, and then we can go ahead and render out our two shots together. I'll come back into our material preview mode here. And I'm going to take our camera and duplicate it. And let's call this camera 02. And now with that camera selected, I'll just go up to View and Cameras and set Active Object as Camera. So now you can see, right, that this camera has the little highlight there, meaning if I go ahead and start to zoom in a little bit, maybe I want to get a shot of, like a nice little beauty shot of this piece here. We're going to have moved camera 2, and camera 1 is still going to stay anchored there. Now we're going to need to make sure to go ahead and bring this back. And again, I don't know why I'm getting that error, but we're able to actually just drag that like that. Actually, I want to turn off our plane. It's a little too bright. And now we can see if I go ahead into our rendered mode here, right, we can get a pretty nice looking shot again with all of the color space transforms and all of the render output parameters that we've set. And I'll go ahead and maybe add the shadow catcher back in so we can see that we're going to get our shadows. And this is going to enable us to have a pretty cool looking render. So I'm going to go ahead and just pause this, viewport rendering as it is. And with our camera 2 selected here, I want to go ahead and start rendering out these pieces. So to do that, let's go all the way up to render and render image. And it's now going to bring up this secondary piece here. And it's going to go ahead and start rendering out our image. And so finally, once we are done with our renders, this is what they're going to look like. So I just brought them into Affinity Photo just to kind of give us an indication and an idea of what the final result's going to look like, maybe before you go ahead quite yet and render. I want to thank you guys so much for taking a look at this course. It's been a lot of fun just working through kind of a typical workflow that you do with Blender to Substance Painter and back to Blender again. And hopefully you've given you some ideas and some workflow techniques that you can go ahead and use in your own work to really get up and running with modeling some pretty high quality props and models and know how to texture them and model them efficiently and set up a pretty cool pipeline for rendering out some pretty sweet renders. I've been Chunk Trafficander again with this exclusive flipped normals tutorial, and make sure to reach out to me or check me out on any of the social media because I always love to talk about what you guys are learning and how you're actually applying this stuff in your own practical work. On behalf of myself and the Flip Normals team, thank you for taking a look at this course, and until you hear my voice again, all the best in your 3D endeavors.